So hello and welcome back. Let's actually lower the funk a little bit. It's a little too funky in here. We are of course playing funk in the background because the music for this game, it's not funk. The music for this game is copyrighted, and so we have this in the background instead, which kind of slaps. And so what we will be doing is we are going to be testing out a little bit with the new nation of EA Pyrene. So if we take a look, and we're just going to take a quick look at, or we're going to look at them in the other spot, but this is going to be the nation that we're trying out, or rather, we tried it out yesterday and starting to kind of develop a little bit of a strategy for them. So let's get off and away in a game. We're just going to do kind of as basic settings as possible. We're going to do random underground, which is going to be more complicated. I think we would prefer a single cave as a general principle, but we're going to do random, and so we might have a little bit more difficulties. Game name will be EA Pyrene Test. And we will be off on our way. Of course, we'll do early game. I think we're going to set the AI to pretty hard. And maybe this is a bit of a mistake, but I think we can manage it. And also, we want a little bit of a challenge. Maybe it's not so good for testing, but let's just do right under the highest level. I believe Master is the second highest. And then we will select ourselves a Pyrene here. And then click OK. And so let's talk a little bit about the nation and as well as our plan. So I think that more than anything else, we're kind of building around this guy. Ooh, that cuts it off for me. Hopefully it doesn't cut it off for the stream. The little description of what this is. But he gets a forge bonus of 2. And so this combined with the magic hammer will make it so we only pay 1 gem per item. And so we can really kit out guys very, very easily. And I think we're going to lean into this quite a bit. And one of the guys I think we're going to end up kitting out a lot. We were trying to kit out these guys, and these guys 2 capital turns in order to produce them. And so maybe this isn't the best strategy, but this guy, we can recruit almost anywhere. And also, he can summon guys that have 0 upkeep. And so he can simultaneously summon a bunch of chaff, and then, you know, his stat line's not too bad if we decide to give him, like, a chest piece, you know, and a swingy sword and send him off on his way. He doesn't seem too bad. And so I think that, and we can recruit where we don't have forts, very particularly. I think it has to be underground. I'm not sure the exact conditions. Man, that thing's cutting off our ability to see. But I think we're going to actually lean into this guy a lot, which we didn't do previously on our test. But also, if we can find a forest, these guys will be pretty good. If these guys can roll air and water, notably, and they also have a forge bonus of 1, so they can create the items for 2 gems in specifically the air sphere, which the other guy doesn't have. This guy does not have access to air magic under any condition, and so that'll give us the air items. And then here we have nature 2, and these guys are recruitable in any forest that has, you know, a lab and a temple. And these guys have, you know, decent health points. They have decent paths for self-buffing. And I'm thinking that we can just have them, you know, mix it up a little bit pretty aggressively. And that we can look to have kind of this hybrid thug army. And then we do have nice... we're probably going to be recruiting these guys pretty early. Because per capital turn, they are pretty efficient at generating research. Which is something we're interested in. And let's talk about... So... We're going to be talking about our Bless a little bit, but these guys have Dark Vision 50, and this is not Dark Vision, you know, 100, and so this is going to be a little bit worse for us, which is going to play into our Bless. This is kind of what we have for Priests, is we have these guys and these guys. These guys are going to be the brunt of what we're recruiting out of most of our forts. They are inept researcher, but we're going to try and play around that. They are sacred, so we will pay less for them on upkeep, and also, we get extra golds and resources in cave forts, and it's cheaper for us to build infrastructure in cave forts. And also, if we're the only person in a fort or underground, I think this will give us a nice defensive advantage. So we're actually going to look at a pretty greedy build. I just wanted to take a look at kind of our units, our heavy infantry. Nothing to write home about, but will be serviceable. They do have dark vision, so we can use them underground, and this is kind of what we have to use underground, because the giants we can recruit don't have dark vision, generally speaking, and so we cannot expand underground very easily with them. And then our sacred is kind of meh, they're okay, I guess. Decent looking defense. They have bodyguard, which is maybe we were thinking about trying to build around this a little bit in our build, but we decided not to. And they have dark vision. And notably, on a ton of our guys, we have fire res and cold res. So keeping all this in mind, we're going to take a look at the guy who we've decided to kind of build for our pretender god. So this, I think, is pretty greedy and pretty late game, and so oriented. You know, we have as much growth as we can, a good amount of luck. I'm not sure to what extent we actually need the order, so maybe we could, you know, give up some of the order scales and maybe something else to be dormant instead of imprisoned. But we're going to take a little bit of greed on this. And what we've done is we've gotten shock resistance and strong blood, which gives poison resistance. And so that... Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Pirafat? Good morning, though. All the way to Thailand. So, we will be looking to get... with this, we will have quad resistances, which I think will scale pretty well in the early, late game. I think Blur is really good in the early game. Reducing attack is the same as having defense, so this is effectively cheaper defense. I think it pairs well with our Sacred that already has a lot of defense. And then Fear will be really nice on the thugs. We don't have a lot of access to a lot of death, so forging the Horror Helm for way cheaper is not going to be possible. And so by doing this, we allow ourselves to kind of have Fear on a thug, and we'll look to go semi-thug. And the reason we're going Spirit Sight is because we want to be able to fight in the dark with 0 penalties instead of just halved penalties. And so we're going for Spirit Sight because of that, because we start underground, we want to be able to fight underground. And that's kind of, you know, the blesses we have, along with Heroism, which I'm hoping the extra experience, which will give extra attack, defense, and precision to our units. I'm hoping that this serves us well in regards to the researchers as well, because we took a look at the guys who are inept researchers. For every point of experience, you also get up on the research, and so this, we will gain experience, native experience, twice as fast. I'm going to turn down the funk a little bit more. Maybe I want to turn it up for you guys, though. But okay. And so this is, I think, what we have going on. Maybe Fear's a little bit too expensive for this, and maybe we should just be going without it, and doing something that we can have dormant that's still relatively good. I think the other things we really want, or at least, at the very least, I think we do want Spirit Sight. Strong Blood also doesn't require that we bless our units, they just have the poison resist, which means that we can be a little bit more aggressive with maybe doing Foul Vapors ourselves, which covers the entire map in poison. No more Big Crystal. No. I was thinking about it and I didn't think the Big Crystal was very good. I think that Fear is something that we would want on our guys, that we can't really put on our guys very cheaply. And other than that, I was hard-pressed to think of thug gear that we couldn't manage to build, and so we were looking at Fear, and we were looking at Awe. If we did the Crystal, maybe there's a world where we could do Awe instead of Fear, but I think Fear's just... so I'm not sure, but I think Fear's just better than Awe, generally speaking. And they are a similar level of investment, because the Demi-Lich has a level 3 path on Death to start with, and so overall you don't really pay that much to pip it up to 8, where there's not a symmetric thing where you have like someone who will give new paths for 20 in the Glamour. You know, there's not a similar chassis that has Glamour instead of Death, which I think we would prefer, and then we would go Awe, but since there's not, I think we are going with that. How do I feel about Dom 645? It's just like 5, or Dom 6 so far, it's just like 5, but with a few more things. I think that's usually the idea behind the game. I think it's usually just, each one is just a major update. Like, feels more substantive than a DLC, but generally, relative to other games, less substantive than a sequel. But we haven't really delved into it all that much, and I mean, the AI seems stronger, for starters. Which is a good thing. And there's a lot of balance changes. I'm not as immersed in like the multiplayer setting, but I imagine it really shakes things up for multiplayer and really makes things fresh. And for those people, it's really worth it. Like, people are still discussing what's good. You know, I think that this fear is we're just spending so much investment for something we're not going to get, you know, until we're up and running in prison. So I think this is super greed. But I think in a multiplayer game, people might be afraid of fighting you in the caves. Or maybe you could try and Diplo your way out to this later game sort of oriented build. But let's take it. We'll take Death Tongue. All praise Death Tongue. And then, let's have a little bit of a go. Be ready to go. I think we are... I'm like windowed full screen because the Dominion's client is like bad for swapping back and forth between, you know, starting a poll and something like this. And so we swapped it, but now I can't see the very bottom of the screen, so... How's the learning curve compared to Paradox games? I think it's too hard to get a really big sample on this game, because this game's meant to be played multiplayer, and multiplayer games are generally played over the course of... let's do that. Hopefully that doesn't mess up any of the settings on there, but... So, multiplayer games are played over the course of months. So it's very difficult to get a substantive sample when trying something out. And so the learning is difficult because you don't really have a means by which you can learn that easily. We're just going to profit the first turn here, and we're going to send this guy here. We're going to look, we need to find a forest above ground. It's kind of a high priority. And it seems high variance also with this guy, or with this team, regarding what we can do. We're going to recruit as many of these guys as we can. I think she is going to be really gold efficient per research, so I think we're kind of keen on her. And we are not going to touch the giants because we got to expand underground first. But I think that it's difficult to judge the learning curve because I cannot play 1,000 quality hours of this game where I am playing the same game in a linear way that I have feedback to immediately use for the next game. I just don't think it's possible for me to do this for this game. And also, like, the different formats are going to be differently balanced. Like, you have Blitz, where people are trying to finish a game in, like, 3 hours altogether. And then you have, like, the standard, you know, long form, which is done over the course of several months. And so it seems, generally speaking, like it's logistically difficult for you to get a sample where you are getting feedback immediately. Because if you execute a long-term plan that involves you know, you need several months to get the feedback, it's just not... it's difficult, you know? I think we, mechanically speaking, have to be better about checking out mercenaries, but I don't have all the mercenaries memorized, so it's really probably not that big a deal. I think we're about ready to end the turn. I don't think there's anything we specifically want to emphasize here, so I think we'll peel off a turn and see how good or bad our luck is. Because there's going to be a lot of stuff that affects our luck. So these guys are really easy to expand into. These guys are easy. The troglodytes we will not touch for some time. So we're going to see what's up above here. And there's a forest. That's spectacular for us. So we can kind of get going straight away for our plan. One thing is these guys, like the Ko-Onis, they have like fire as part of their theme. But we are going to have quad resistances on our guys. And so, very, very flexible. And again, I think that Blurred is probably particularly strong for expansion. And so taking the Blurred is more of an early game sort of concession. We will get this guy set up. And I haven't figured out the best way to structure the expansion on these guys. We're just kind of piling them all in, and then... And there's probably a better way to do these. If we didn't have a guy who could bless the entire battlefield here, we would stack all of these guys on top of the one unit. But since we do, I think it's fine. And we can just set these guys to attack. And we have a little bit of a choice here. I think that... I mean, if this is the extension of the cave might extend more down to the right. It might not. And the thing is the Ko-Onis... Maybe we want to go for these guys immediately, and then come back and get a little bit more recruitment going. I think I like this. And then here, we're going to recruit this. We're going to repeat that. And we're going to keep recruiting below ground guys. And I think we're going to go for kind of a little bit of a less aggressive expansion, where we're going to go here with this guy. We're going to bring him back, get a little bit more troops before heading off to the right, and just hope to get most of this stuff to the right. And then our second expansion squad is going to have a bunch of giants who can fight well above ground, you know, once we see what we're up against up there. Now, the important thing is we cannot fort these forests, and so we have to defend them without forts and then put a ton of investment in on them. So that is going to be a little bit sketchy. We're just going to go construction 3 first here. I'm not 100% sure this is correct, but we kind of want to get going with our overall strategy. What if you have no interest to play multiplayer? Then the learning curve is probably relatively low, depending on what you want to do, because there are some strategies the AI does not respond very well to. And so I would think that, so the interface is really clunky. That's like a criticism of this game I have. And so I don't think, I think the learning curve is much lower than a Paradox game if you're thinking just from the perspective of, you know, single player. I think a lot of the complexity and depth that gets added to this game is not just like the system's too hard to understand, because, you know, there's not like a bunch of resources and moving parts, with the exception of, you know, looks like we're in good shape here. There's not a lot of moving parts, except for, you know, the massive spellbook, I think is kind of the really big thing. So if we take a look and we look at research, I think this and the combination of all the strategies you can do with like 40 different nations and this makes it so that there's a lot of options for countering and developing proactive strategies and reactive strategies and defense and offense and this type of stuff. All of this layered on top of each other is what makes it really complex. And I think the AI is not very good at countering you. And so finding a strategy to beat the AI or finding out how to beat the AI, I think is relative, like it won't be, I don't think it's too hard. So I hope that kind of answers the question. I think it's a little bit of a rough question overall, but okay, so with this guy's Earth 2, and this is kind of an interesting breakpoint for us, because I think we don't really want to be searching with these guys too much, who are Earth 3, because I think their turns are really valuable. We're going to research with this guy for now. He's going to develop experience. You see he is inept researcher, so he's only getting 7, but as he gets experience, he'll go up, and so hopefully that helps out. Alright, let's see what we're recruiting. Can we recruit any more of these guys? We want to absolutely scrape the bottom of the barrel with these guys. And then what we're going to do is we're going to switch to starting to recruit these guys. So I think we're going to do this and get ready to have a second squad going up, assuming this is not too... Yeah, so this is militias and archers. This is pretty manageable. And so we're going to prepare to go into that. But what we're also going to do here is we're going to get started recruiting these guys, who they only have 35 leadership. And I think we're going to have them lead our army for this. I don't think there's... We could also try and... So these guys are an interesting one because these guys only require temples to build. I think what we'll do is we'll actually move this guy here so we can build them. And then we'll recruit a lot of demon priests. But for now, we'll start recruitment on that guy. And we are going to have him lead the giants, hopefully. And then we will take a look about... So we're going to have access to stuff up above, but I think this is on top of the throne. And the throne's probably going to be pretty hard for us to take. So I think we're just going to pass the turn here. Let's press B. And we are going to check this. So we could do Raiders of the Silver Step. We could bid for this. And the question is can these 30 raiders, can these guys alone handle the up above guys? I don't know the answer to this question. 80 units? I think that the answer is no. And our giants are pretty good. Also, I think as we get later, I believe that buffing these guys will be pretty nice because their main problem is lack of protection. They don't have very much attack and defense either. And so maybe overall they're not so good. But we'll peel a turn off here. One thing is those guys are really expensive, you know, both in terms of recruitment costs and upkeep. And so we are going to construct a temple here so we can recruit up those guys from the lab. We're going to... We're just going to add these guys here. We can't or don't want to use the giants underground very much. Here, why don't we reset the recruitment? And we are going to get started. We're going to try and recruit Sacreds every turn. But we want to recruit a lot of giants for going above ground. So I think we're going to utilize these cheaper mages for a hot second. That way we can afford more of these guys. Generally speaking. And I think we might even... What is the leadership on these guys? So these guys won't be able to lead them. I think that... actually, maybe we want exactly 35. So there's 2 here. If we do shift, how much does that add? 10? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we want exactly 35. Okay, well, this will be 11. And then this squad should be able to manage these guys pretty well. And these guys will do research. And so we want to think about long-term where we want to put the forts up here, because we can't put the forts on our very critical forests. And so I think we're going to scout over here. Actually, we're going to bring this guy back. We're going to bring it back because we need to get underground to start constructing a fort. And I think that we want to use our scout to construct the fort. I think this is enough information. I think we'll want to... Our domain's also going to spread up here. So I think we're ready to pass, and so we shall. Thanks for the thorough explanation. You are welcome. Like, it's a difficult thing to... Like, so Paradox games are made for single player, you know? This seems pretty good. It's nice that we're keeping these guards alive. Also, these guards, while they are, they generate extra experience, and so some of these should actually be getting pretty good. We have plus 100% experience on these guys, on these gentlemen. So if we take a look here, and we look at the gentleman, we will see that, well, this guy's got some battle fright. But, with the extra experience, they gain extra morale, attack, well, they also gain mostly, etc. But it does include defense. So these guys, I believe, were defense. We look here, experience bonus here. And so this, and then Blur effectively gives them another 2, effectively giving them 17 defense. Bats is going to be really nice. I think that we're going to... so we have a little bit of a problem with the gold. I think we're going to send this guy back to recruit up these guys. These guys, we do want to search for Earth 2 here. So we are going to search. And so now we have a little bit of a choice. Maybe, I think we do another round of these giants, but then we're going to be done, I think, with these guys. At least for the time being. Oh, let's make sure we have enough gold to get these guys. What's the limiting? Okay, the... Actually, I think that these guys are just like twice the cost of those giants, and they're so much better, and they can recruit free troops. I really do think we want to be generating those as much as possible. Now these guys, I think we also want to recruit one of those guys, or we'll recruit them next turn. That way he'll be able to go with these guys and bless the leader. Actually, no one needs to get blessed. Yeah, okay. So we're fine with what's going on. Well, we do want to recruit someone. We're going to try and mask those guys. Alright, so. I guess we'll get 2 of those guys out, so that'll be nice. Research. And you're going to come back down. Because we get extra gold from our forts, so I think we're going to slap a fort down here on the Realm of Silence. It's a choke, and then I'm not sure we're getting here that quickly. See, this is mainly Pale Ones, but I'm really curious what the other thing is there. Pale Ones are a little bit weak. The Troglodytes are just strong. So, being chilling, yeah, you like the vibes, you like the... Bro, you like the funk playlist? Is the music loud enough? Does it need to be louder? Alright, so we do very well against the Zots. Get a bad event. This guy's a hero. Let's see what he rolled. That's going to be nice. Increased hit points. And we're going to have an easier time rolling heroes with our extra heroism. Shocker. This guy we are going to move about. And so this guy we're also going to get to bump this underworld, so that'll be helpful for us. And so now I think what we're going to do, we're going to recruit as many sacreds as possible, but we're not going to need any more giants. We're instead going to take these guys with us. Actually, we're going to keep this guy here and have him, he could build a lab. I don't think we want a lab, really. This guy, we don't want to waste our recruitment on this guy. And what I'm thinking is I think we do want to take some of these sacreds along with us here, with this guy, and he cannot bless them. So I think we will still take them with him. But what we'll do is we'll have this guy lead them. Which means going this way, we will wait on another Earth 2 guy to start searching it. I think that we are going to, well, I think we want to save up a little bit, so we're not going to swap off of these cheap recruitment guys yet, but we will want to soon. The Zots are going to be useful. We cannot recruit out of there, one of these guys, but we can, I think we'll queue another one of these guys. Just get ready to have it expended in this way for all this, so we kind of know how much money we have. Now this guy can preach for one turn, and that'll be useful. Maybe we want to recruit up some guys. Let's not. This guy will research, and I think that's turn, but we do want to be better about looking at this. So we could get a bunch of spearmen. I think our squad's strong enough to expand, so let's take a look at what we're doing for this. I think we are going to want Conj 3 for Summon Earth Power. Alright, still doing work over here. And now we should have a bunch of extra guys. Ooh, this is nice that this is all, if this is all connected, this is kind of what we want. The Trogs are going to be hard to get through. These Pigmen are going to be really hard to get to through. So I think we actually might just call it and start pulling back here and work our way back to the capital. I think with this guy, we're going to summon allies. And then we might end up using him. I think with this, what we're going to do is we're going to bump this. So we're going to set his order to retreat, and we just kind of want to see what's here. If it's nothing too crazy, we'll bring this guy back and have him go in and take that out. We do want to be repeating this recruitment on these guys, and we're going to switch back to recruiting guys who can, tolerate the underground, where we'll be gated on our resources here. But you see we're generating up gold. We do want to have enough to build a fort here. And we have some guys here now. So I think that what we'll do is one of these guys, I think we're just going to have him summon some allies. And then we're going to take a look at the battle order for these guys. I think we're going to put these guys with him. And these guys are going to hold and fire. Closest enemy. We're going to put them a little in front. And then these guys cast spells, but we're going to cast a specific spell. We're going to cast Blessing a couple times. Just make sure all these guys get blessed. And hold an attack, closest enemy. And we'll take a quick look at what the above ground is. I think this can handle 60 guys. Just don't have a ton of reference experience with these levels of expansion here. That's why we're testing. And so, hopefully that's going to be good. I do feel pretty good about this start. It's not super explosive, but we don't necessarily need explosive. Now, what we can think about is, do we transition now to starting to recruit these guys? Or even, as we near Construction 3, we're going to want one of the other guys. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to recruit one of her to research, and then after that we'll want one of these guys. But because I think we want one of those guys coming up, I think maybe we want one more of these shamans. And then we'll do one of her. So I think that's going to be turn. And we'll get to see what's underneath that throne. So I think this will be... Okay, we only lose 3 hurlers out of the 19 we have. The guards get a bunch of kills as well. Let's review this battle, because we don't have too strong understanding of how these guys operate yet. But I think that... Well, we kind of have a strong understanding. They go up forward and they huck a stone. So... Thump, 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 thump. One problem with these guys is they're very, very gold expensive. And so I don't think we want too many of them. But I think for the above ground, it gives us a bit of a faster secondary expand. And then this guy, we see just Pale Ones and Pale Commander. That is going to be very manageable. So we're going to just bring this guy back here. And this guy rolls air, which is not terrible, not what we were looking for, but it does mean he can research pretty well. So we'll bring him back here. What we are looking for is we are looking to break in to one of either death or fire. They only roll 10%, and so it's pretty unlikely. I think we're just going to recruit these guys like one at a time by hand. I think we do need to build a lab here to build Zots, which are going to break us into death, and we can recruit these guys here. I think I like that. It's going to take a couple turns, but again, I think that we're developing, you know, through these guys more than anything. So why don't we set these on recruit every turn? And so we're developing an army with not so much by building it, but by recruiting the commanders. Alright, so now for her, I think we do this for now. And then the scout will come here and he'll build a fort. And we'll use this guy to help take the throne. Okay, so these guys did work up here. And now we think, well... Okay, so now we have a bit of an option. This guy's going to be 2 commander points. Oh, we're not going to build a fort here. We're not going to build a fort here. We're not going to build a fort here. Okay, so I think then maybe we want this guy here. And then we are going to construct... We need to build a lab and a temple here. And I think that's what we're going to do immediately, so we can start recruiting our good guys. We do recruit another Earth 2, which is going to be good for us. And I think what we might do with her is we might start site searching. Let's actually wait for the next one. The next one can pop out, so we can pop out... we're going to have 10% to get +1, and if we get either water, you know, water, earth, or nature 2, that's going to be much better for site searching. So I think we'll just kind of chill. And then this guy, he chills really well, because he just gets to summon allies. Oop, not do that. I wonder what the hotkey is for summon allies. If you don't know what something is, you can always do question mark. And so we are going to look for what is the hotkey for summon allies. Because we are going to need to do it a lot for these guys. Summon allies is U. Or capital U. So I think we've kind of ended up using everyone, or utilizing everyone. And so we'll end the turn. Being chilling indeed. Nice. Peddler was peddling his wares. He do be peddling sometimes. Okay, so here we are going to get in. And this guy we wanted to search with. This guy we can summon more allies. And then, very key, let's kind of take a look. This is what we're summoning with these guys. We click on morale, we can see their upkeep cost is 0 a turn. And these guys also have a supply bonus of 5. Now, they're going to have the disadvantage, and we could even maybe construct a strategy where we go in on some sort of cold aura, because these guys do have cold. resist, but these guys just, you know, they'll come in and headbutt and they'll do their thing. So I think here's where we wanted to construct our first palisades. And this guy, we wanted to construct also a temple. Maybe we should have built the temple first. Should have built the temple first. A little loose. That's okay, though. We also could be recruiting troops up here. I think we'll pass on the troops. And notably, we are going to be getting some of these. We want to make sure that they're not in the same... So -3 morale is a little bit rough. Can you lead all these? No, you can't. So maybe we're going to need to recruit one of our good leader guys out of the fort to lead those guys. We do get roll and earth too, which is kind of funny because they're better for site searching, but it makes this guy redundant for site searching. I think we'll still use this guy to construct the lab and temple here though, but maybe we don't search with him. Maybe we actually search with her. This guy can research. And this guy's not going to be very useful. But again, we're trying to break in. We have a 1 in 40 chance. Maybe it's not even worth the recruitment if we don't think that we need one of these guys in general. But I think we're going to bring him over here and he's going to construct the temple here. So we can make good use of his turns. And maybe... We don't have a huge treasury. I think we're okay with this turn. Because we are going to need money for the infrastructure here. Was thinking just like, do we want to recruit another guy who can summon a bunch of allies? Yeah, we got to figure out a better leadership path. Actually, for these guys... Oh, we actually have a decent amount of money. Let's actually recruit one of these guys. And then... we wanted to take a look. Are these guys capital only? How do we best check this? So they are cap only. These are our best leaders. So maybe we actually recruit one of these guys. Which leaves us a bunch of money left over. Alright, so coming in here, this guy will construct a lab, which is all we need to recruit the guys that are here. We are going to be throwing in here. And we see that not all the units can make it. I think we'll leave the 3 sacreds behind. And then we're going to change our recruitment strategy. We're going to, you know, get rid of all the non-sacreds. And we're going to do this. And I think we might be recruiting mostly those guys from here on out. Oh, this is not the guy we meant to move here. I think we meant... Oh, no, we did. We're moving him over here to build a temple. He's our infra builder. And this guy is coming over here. She's going to site search. He's going to summon allies for now. Going to make it easier to get cold hollows, I think, with these guys' allies. And then up into here, the troglodytes should be manageable. We have a kind of big retinue now. We are ready to recruit out of here. I'm not sure which ones we want to recruit first. I think probably these guys. Because they are going to have the forge bonus, and they will be able to forge the air items. I'm not sure which one's best first. It's probably, that's a bit of a weird one. But now, what we could do is we could wait to get our guy. I think we don't wait. I think we press on here. So just take a quick look at the army we have. This is... So these guys do have +2 morale, but I'm worried about the Giants routing. A little worried about the Giants routing. I guess we'll just take a look, a little peek here. Actually, we're probably going to have more gold from controlling... Militias, light infantries, heavies. Heavies, archers, and heavy calves. Let's actually not fight the heavy cav spot. And then you can summon... can this guy not go over? He cannot. Okay. Maybe we do sit tight. Well, in that case, this guy can summon allies, and this guy can research. So we'll be picking up units as we go as well. Okay, I think I like this strategy overall. Okay, we're gonna end the turn. So we do have construction 3 now. So we didn't time it quite right, because I think we wanted to have our first boyo when we had con 3. But we are going to be site searching pretty nicely through here. And here, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these guys. And he's going to lead the undisciplined goats. And we are going to take these guys and take this throne, which also notably leads up to here. So I think we probably want to fort both up here, because this actually looks like a really nice spot for a fort, and down below here. So that'll be interesting. We're going to summon. And then this guy can take the goats with him and go on up. And then this guy was going to be building a temple. Could also just build a temple here and look to expand the Dominion as much as possible, but I think we're going to start with putting the temples where our forts are going to be. This guy can just research inside this lab, nice and cozy, because we know that she's coming with the Earth 2, ability to search. Bum, 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 bum. But now that we have the lab, we can recruit these guys who are going to break us into death. And they have a 10% chance, or a 1 in 30 chance, of breaking us into blood as well. So I think we're just going to repeat recruitment on these guys and just have at it. And so we have a decent income, and we're not really spending too much on troops here. We're just recruiting these guys. I think we're going to put this up. We're going to actually put an additional one up for if we get enough temples to raise our Dominion here. And then we're recruiting these guys. We get a boop from the things. Oh, we gotta click the things. Alright, so I think we're ready here. This is a little sketchy, but I think we just crush the pale ones, and then we take the temple, or the throne, the throne. And then here we will... Maybe we're supposed to recruit out of here a little bit, because we have a guy coming on up. Let's do that, actually. Oh, we crush them. We do lose half of our goats, but the goats did some work. Perhaps it's not enough work. Let's see what the goats did exactly. So we do have the goats in back, and they're going to kind of cruise forward. This guy's staying behind troops, or trying to. Looks like the goats are going to make contact first, which, to be fair, we're Super okay with them meat shielding any type of, yeah, ranged attacks for us coming on in. So we don't have to eat all those javelins. Still eating some. I think we do fine here. This guy, we get to summon some goats. Well, this guy claims the throne. We'll immediately put down a little bit of extra defense here. And we cannot recruit one of those giant dudes out of here. We could do a Pale One Commander if we needed to get into the ocean, along with some Pale Ones, but I think we're going to pass on that for now. And it's the Throne of War. Blessed troops get attack +1. That's going to be really nice. Domain PD conscription seems good too. And we immediately roll an air guy who's going to be fantastic. I think we're going to use him to research initially. And this, we are going to have all these guys come on to this guy. This guy will lead the actual troops. They will lead the animals. And I think we, again, put those guys in back because they're not holding. And we'll put these guys with the giants. So I think maybe we can go after the heavy cav now. I'm not entirely sure here. I think we can get rid of one of these blessings. Oop, don't want to do that. Oh, we forgot to take a bunch of, with this guy, we forgot to take a bunch of sacreds. That's okay. Now this guy, we have construction 3, which it's not construction 2 anymore, it's construction 3, but we do want to forge our dwarven hammer. And then we're going to use that hammer, forge another dwarven hammer. And then this guy up above, who has forge 1, we're going to use him to forge owl quills for a little bit more research. Here we are going to construct a temple. We will search here. This guy will also summon allies. So, and the idea is I think we're going to turn these guys into thugs later on. And what's beautiful is they're summoned... Okay, these guys have gluttony. They consume extra supplies. Guess what supplies the supplies? These guys give a supply bonus. They eat their goats. Alright. Now, one thing is we had to be worried about is we would run out of gold, or we were not, or sorry, we were spending too much gold. Or we were not spending enough gold in our previous, like, iterations, and I think that we're doing pretty good here now. So let's peel another turnoff, I suppose. I don't know when we're going to get these trogs. Probably when we have some thugs up and ready. So, discover 3 of these. Oh, what are bops, are beats? What happened? What happened? What happened? She will continue to site search. And what we can do is we can site search with this guy. Or we could wait until we get a guy who's better at site searching. I think we're going to site search for the death straight away here. I think we're going to take these guys. These guys are undisciplined. I think we'll put them in back up here again, and this will, now we'll be ready to keep moving. Oop. Let's see how that went, because that looks like it went really poorly. Oh, and we do have our first contact here. So I'm thinking, since he controls this is going to be a nice choke point anyways. But it does look like we have to bring these guys and all of our troops back over. And I think we're going to put down some defense here. And then see what happened in that battle. So it looks like we killed a bunch of guys, we lost 25, like half, and we had some routing. Yep. I mean, that all tracks. Definitely have pretty low morale here. So we're gonna need someone. We're actually gonna need, I think this guy. I think we're actually gonna research up here. This guy is gonna summon some allies. And I think that this guy, we're gonna send him down to actually pick up some more troops. And we will recruit a guy to build a fort here, which this farmland with 17,000 troops. Now, what we could do is we could try and make an alliance with this guy, with the AI, a non-aggression pact. I think I like that idea. We really wish we had this place to build a fort. This would be a much nicer fort. And we do have this, Shark Tribe Tritons, that maybe we want the Agartha guys to get sometime down the road. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really nice fort here. Okay. So you, now with your Dwarven Hammer, you're going to forge another Dwarven Hammer. You use the Dwarven Hammer to make the Dwarven Hammer. Now, we could preach. What's this up above? This will also be another great place for a fort. Kind of insulate our... If we have fort here, fort here, fort here, we will have two unforted, difficult to access, you know, forests, which are going to be something that's useful to us. What's directly above you? 80 units. I mean, you could probably take that. I think we're gonna hold off on that, though. Alright. Do we want to forge anything with her? I don't think so. So I think we peel another turn. Okay, we do finish Conj 3. I'm trying to think. I think we want Alteration 3 now. We get a nice, this is recruited up, so now we're going to be able to recruit these guys even faster. It's going to feel pretty good. These guys will look to pick up some goats and then proceed along their way. Now this guy, I think we want to proceed with them, and maybe we go after the Trogs next so that this guy can start building the fort immediately. Instead of going for the Cold Hollows. I think we do want a fort right here. We also want a fort on this, I think. And the forts are going to generate us a lot more wealth. So maybe we just fort up here. It's just going to be inefficient initially. Well, resources are not really going to be the determining factor here, so we will research with him. And I guess we'll preach, lacking something necessarily super good to do. She's gonna site search. This guy, this gentleman, will summon some more goats. Okay, so these guys, I think we give you a hammer. No, actually, think we take a look down below first. What do we got going on? So, I think we want these guys both with hammers. And you're gonna forge a hammer. And you're gonna forge the starting of our equipment here. We are starting to run low on these gems, and we have a ton of air gems. This is maybe something to consider. But we're only low because we're forging dwarven hammers. We're getting +4 a turn, so I think we're in okay shape. I mean, maybe this guy could go for the trogs, to be honest. With a bunch of goats. How much do we have in here of these? Do we think they could take the trogs? Probably not quite. No, I think we wait for a bigger force. The trogs have been the bane of our existence, really. So, this expansion feels a little bit slow, because we kind of got stymied up here, but we have a ton of troops up here. It's just... I mean, maybe we're supposed to... How much your leadership? Not very good. I think we're okay alternating now. I think we're gonna look to get a defensive pact. We have a really greedy build, so in theory, what we would be doing is we would be non-aggression pact. Although I think we would do well against them, because I think they have glamour units and we have spirit sight on our blast. So, Josie Kidler says, how are you liking the cave layer? Starting in the cave layer? Seems very volatile because you don't have too many expansion options, and sometimes you just get super bricked by something you can't expand into. So it is a little bit of a time, but also I think that you know, long term it's actually pretty good, because I think other people will not. Maybe Spirit Sight becomes meta, so this is the thing one. And, okay, if Spirit Sight becomes meta, that's... It is what it is, right? But... I think that... Other people are not going to have really, really good means of expanding... we're going to go here. Are not going to have really good means of expanding against you, so... You know, if they don't have Spirit Sight, then people are going to be less wanting to mess with you in a general sense, I think. Okay, we don't have enough to construct, so maybe we pump the brakes on some of these guys that are coming out. I do think we kind of want to recruit those guys, though. So what do we give up? Well, we're not recruiting them out of here. We're not giving up that. I mean, we could go up above and just make the money for being less convenient. Let's do this. So you get a little bit of extra defensiveness, but like, for example, troglodytes will brick you early on. The extra money from forts that are underground is an interesting modifier, to be honest. Oh, this guy also wants to build a fort, huh? Alright, with this guy, we do want to kind of make some items that are maybe... Let's do a couple of these. I think if we were a little smarter, we would have expanded a little better, too. Truth hurts. Alright, so we have the bracer. We're building the helmet. We build the chest piece. You're gonna summon allies. You're gonna do research. I mean... It feels like we're doing pretty good clip at the research, though, so... And our guys do have summon Earth Power now. Yeah, I mean, this guy can lead. There's something. 0 morale. I mean, we maybe could expand with that. Those goats are here. But also, we could thug this guy up next turn, I think. And just have him hold an attack. Or as the other guy's coming in. I think I like this. Alright, so we're gonna end the turn. I think you just said Cave Nations are Water Nations 2.0. Yeah, but they're like soft Water Nations, and if Spirit Sight is meta, they're like kind of nothing, right? But yeah. Also, a lot of Water Nations have other kinds of problems. Look, they just ate all the goats, dude. Ah! I do think the goats are pretty... I mean, they they soaked a bunch of damage. Maybe this goats thing is not as good. But, like, also maybe we can buff the goats at some point. Like, they don't have a lot of prot. If they had a lot of prot, that'd really just be a massive tar pit, no? So here they come. They go for the goats first. Alright. Say goodbye to the goats. I mean, they're getting fatigued, too. On the goats. And the goats are free. But yeah, they slay all the goats, basically. I mean, I don't hate how that seemed to play out okay. Maybe I'm missing something. Our Sacreds did most of the killing. Whoa, that's a lot of guys. So maybe we bring it back here. We go clear out the Cold Hollows first. Alright, you'll build a temple then. You're gonna search. And you'll start building... Ooh, these... Okay. Let's stop recruiting these guys a little bit here. Because I think it's more important, it's more critical we get these turns in. And we'll put her on repeat. Repeat, repeat, repeat. We don't want to get crimped too much here, but it looks like that's kind of what we're down to. Alright. We will get to take a bunch of goats, though. To the above ground. What's that? Is that something? Oh, that's just the cave looking funny. And so this guy... Well, I was thinking maybe we want this guy to actually thug with some of this stuff. I mean, we could give him each of the things. He can cast personal quickness on himself. Get in there. Maybe we give... No, maybe we just... Actually, maybe we actually don't want to mass those guys as much as I thought. I think we maybe research with him for a turn. Because what we wanted to do is with this guy, give this guy a hammer. And then monthly forge this, and it'll cost 2 gems for the owl quill. But would we be better served searching with this guy? Moving and searching? I don't know. But these guys are gonna forge. Oh, we can't do the boots yet. summon allies. Okay, if we think we're not going to pass through here anytime soon, we would want one of these guys eventually to take all of these somewhere. Do we want a third expansion army specifically to do this? Okay, how many guys can you lead? 50. So maybe that's the play. This guy. We gear him up. We wait for some more of these guys to recruit, but we're going to gear this guy up, send him through here, so he's going to pick up some goats. And he'll get to come out here, and we can expand to the left here. Good morning from Finland. Good morning, Richard. Thank you for introducing this game. Yeah, but introducing to the funk. Oh no, this guy occupied something we really wanted. We really wanted that. Okay, well... I guess we're really gonna build a fort there then. And just get ready to kind of deal with it, I suppose. Also, someone was asking, how do we feel about the underground? I think if there's 2 people underground, it's probably cramped, right? I guess that's also true with the underwater. We'll do some of this action, and she'll be able to site search. I guess preach, man? I don't know. Okay, so... I think we get to do this, maybe? And you know, this guy, I think, I mean, what can we do here? We could summon Earth Power into, I mean, we could set up to thug with that guy, but we could also set up some equipment on this guy. We're gonna need another chest plate and another, yeah, just at least another chest plate. I think we don't want him to mix it up, though. I think if we want anyone to mix it up, it's this guy. So we need another chest plate. Because once this guy has, this is 3 gems worth of gear, right? He's got a gore, he's got a great club, he's got 2 attacks, he's got a decent amount of prot. Not too much encumbrance, right? Maybe he doesn't even need this. Maybe this is a little bit too much for him. We just give him the gore and the chest plate and send him on his way. Yeah. And then we need more chest plates, right? And that's what these guys can make. Make a couple chests. How efficient are these guys as researchers? How badly are we eating it? They're inept 4. Oh, they're real bad. Well, we're trying to break in, but maybe we should start using these guys for other purposes. I thought we were site searching with them. I guess not very well. Okay. Let's maybe do some of this. On a per cost basis, these guys are really good at research. But maybe we're not supposed to recruit them. I don't know. I think maybe we stop repeating recruitment. Maybe these guys aren't worth it, but we really want to roll into blood. We only have a 1 in 30 of rolling into blood, though. And they, like, really can't research. I thought they were, like, 7 in apt research, not where they are. I guess we could use them to sneak around, too, though. I guess we'll use this guy to scout ahead here. Maybe we just get lucky. Okay, so I think we'll peel off a turn here. Really keen on how not this battle went, although we lost kind of more guys than we... Well, we're losing a bunch of the chaff guys, but we kind of don't care that we lose those guys. And here's kind of the battle where I was curious how this guy does. So we're curious how this gentleman does. Actually, the other guy has better gear, though, or better experience. So let's maybe do this. We'll do Control 9 for this. And then this guy will just stay behind. Whoa, this guy's expanded so much. Now he has both of the things, wow. Okay, I mean, I think we have to mix it up with him, but let's see how that battle went. We only lost these guys. So maybe we need to actually just put the brunt of our army further up so we don't lose so many goats. Kind of hard to see how much work these guys did. But we got the province, so... Maybe we want forts in both these spots. That's kind of rough if we do. I mean, if we had this Machaca province, we wouldn't have to worry about it, but it's... The Lion King is indeed stomping around. I'm concerned that if we get a defensive pact with him as well, or a non-aggression pact, we won't have much expansion left to do. Maybe we've been a little bit slow on this expansion overall. I thought we were kind of doing alright. What's your heroic ability? Agility? You certainly look agile. Well, as a general rule of thumb, this is going to be more valuable here. So let's plan on building the fort there first. And I think we get a little bit more out of the PD here as well. Okay, we can't make one of the things yet. But we also have the option to do Foul Vapors pretty aggressively. I can't remember what tree Foul Vapors is in, because I'm not super expert at this game. Is it in here? I know it's a lot later now than it used to be. Foul Vapors. Oh, it's significantly nerfed. But that's something she could maybe do down the road. Or her, like, archetype unit can do. she can search. These guys will come back. Now, I think that... Let's take a look at these guys. So these guys also terrible researchers. But we have 100% chance to roll one of these three. So we are going to want to build infrastructure here eventually. What do we need to recruit those guys? Do we only need a lab and temple? Although, if they have a temple and they're sacred, that's pretty good for us. So we'll head this guy over here. So he will get started on that infrastructure. And this guy, I think we're gonna stop recruiting these guys, maybe. I mean, I like it so much in theory, but... Well... So the thing is the idea is a bunch of these guys kitted out. I think this guy, yeah, can take a full stack, so we'll start sending him up. Because I mean, if with just the chest plate, these guys are actually a lot more potent, right? Also ambidextrous. We wanted to give them multiple weapons. Not saying we do, but they are ambidextrous. Oop, actually, well, we were gonna send him up. Let's scout ahead and see what's up. So we have a lot of air gems too. We're spending 2 a turn though. Which reminds me, we do have to start giving out our quills. Which, to be fair, these guys are... The bat guys would be decent with quills. Yay, finally catching a live stream. Hey DJ, how's it going? We are playing Dominions though, which I know for many people is a detraction relative to Victoria 3. But this did just come out, and I want to try stuff out. So we got Thaumaturgy 1 coming in. Maybe we take Evocation. Nah, let's just go Construction 5 here. Actually, maybe we could do something about these trogs. Do we have enough units to fight the trogs? It's a lot of trogs, man. But first of all, we can kick this guy out, right? And we can also kick this guy out. Actually, this is not the guy we'd want to send. I'm sure there's one with more experience. Yeah, like this guy has 1 experience level. So if we send anyone out, it's gonna be him. I mean, we could just be giving these guys just the chest plate, to be honest. If we want to super minimize. Do we risk it? Do we try and get the biscuit? I think if we weren't with a unit, we would use moss skin. We'll put them a little further ahead. And then this guy we'll put... And then here, we'll send one of these guys. Just in case we want to have a couple extra guys to pick up weapons. And then I think we just needed more chest plates more than anything else, so we'll kind of get ready to do that. These guys are maybe not as good as we kind of thought they'd end up being, but I think the longer term plan is that the goats are maybe a lot better when we can point buff like our entire army. Which, like, I'm thinking early mid-ish game, we're thugging these guys, and late-ish mid-ish game, we're using these guys for, ooh. This guy roll Earth 4. Maybe we're supposed to protect him, but he's using Summon Earth Power up to Earth 5, and then he's getting in there. He's gonna have so much protection. I think he'll be safe. Maybe. I think the troglodytes can trample him though, so that's... We'll build the temple first here. Okay, so we can... really hoping to roll one of these blood guys. It's 1 in 30 though, that's like... It's maybe too much. You guys could also build labs decently too. Can also sneak upstairs with this guy. But we are like kind of hemmed in now, with this being our only above ground. Maybe we want to scout around. We have we do not have the funds. We can also thug decently well with these guys too. I'm not sure it's time yet, but really am keen on building a fort here. I guess maybe we want to look after getting these islands, or these little things. So we did find these guys were pale ones, right? So we maybe want to start recruiting up some of this. They are amphibians. Also have Dark Vision 100, so they're probably better than our generic troops, but we're not even using our generic troops. It'll take us a few turns, but eventually we'll get this up and going. We'll just have to not forget that it's there. Does Dominion work the same way underground is above? I think so. It seems to. I don't know exactly what the calculations are going, but it does seem to do that. Also, we seem to push our Dominion from underground to above ground here, so like you can see this going. Yeah. This is a little bit of a sketchy battle versus the Trogs. We'll see if the thugs can make it work, which... why don't we view the battle? So, we're thinking that we can make it work with all these thugs. So we're gonna bless them up. These guys are just gonna stay behind. And then these guys are gonna be in. So, this guy has got a whole bunch of buffs now. So he's blurred. He's got resistant to everything. Oh, he's not blessed yet, actually. No, he's blessed because he's blurred. He's got 4 reinvigoration, and he's got 4 encumbrance. So he's going to do really well. He's a little experienced. It's up to 30 protection. He's got 2 attacks. Maybe we should have gotten a thing of sharpness for him. Ooh, this isn't looking good. Actually, well, they're taking down the Trogs. And they rout. So, yeah, we lose one of the Giants. We lose every single one of the guards. And I guess we just kind of routed because these guys all died. Unfortunately, we did lose the big boy with equipment. Big boy. We lost the one with equipment. So that didn't work out. But I think what we actually wanted was a great sword of sharpness. Because the Trogs have a lot of defense, right? Well, maybe we're supposed to move and then this guy can build the lab. That guy's turns are worth a lot less, so... Okay. I think we maybe stop recruiting them here, at least. And maybe we resume recruiting them here. Close to the entrance we're going to be using. Yeah, the Trogs are a little rough. We'll take a look at going after this 70 stack here. And we'll also see what's up there. Starting to run low on the money. This guy does finish his thing. His fort, so... I mean, our income looks pretty big. Maybe we're just kind of... hoarding a lot of the money right now. It looks like Lucky Lake might be the spot that we get spat out at. So let's go here for the scouting. And we'll summon allies here. Summon allies here as well. I mean, he can at least patrol. But we are going to be waiting on the gold for this guy to fort up. And we would be in a much better spot to actually fight this guy than this guy. So why don't we actually... Machaka, why don't we propose a non-aggression pact? And then we will break our pact with the other guy. I think that'll be good for us. Perhaps. Ooh, yikes. We lose the Demon Priest. The guards do all the work. We lose a ton of them, though. we don't have too much gas left. The Zots are easy to fight, though. Maybe we chill for a turn. Maybe we chill for a couple turns. I mean, we could get one of these guys coming in with his dudes. Oop, that's not... We wanted it the other way around. Because I think we can take out the Zots with these two. And then eventually we'll chill on this square here. And then we will be bringing up the rear with some of these guys. Now, we can push more of these guys. We're breaking into Astral 1 here, though. Almost certainly off this guy. So let's actually start recruiting them up. And we're just going to recruit one at a time. We don't want to leave it on auto. We do have over 1,000 now. So I think we maybe want to wait on the diplomatic missive before dumping the 1,000 into the fort here, but I also think that's what we want to do. So it looks like we could also come up and fight them. And I think we're going to build a couple more great swords of sharpness. And him, we're going to give one. For killing the Trogs. I think he can kill the Trogs with that. And, you know, a few of these guys with him. Maybe there's a Path of Magic we're waiting on. Construction 5. I mean, after 5 we can make Frost Brands, to be honest. Why don't we research with this guy for now? And why don't we... We're starting to accumulate some Earth Gems, so we will invest in another Dwarven Hammer here, actually. We'll research with her. And eventually those Air Mages will be really useful. We're hoping. Okay. Just continue searching with this guy. And so, this guy we actually... So he could do Summon Earth Power. Maybe this is a guy we would want... Because there's already a temple here, so we can build a lab there with the other guy. With this guy. Yeah, I think I like using that guy for that. Alright, let's come on up. I think we're going to build a fort down here, but not yet. Boom, boom. 2 magic sites, nice. Nice. How many Zots we got here now? 70 Zots? Maybe we just chill? Maybe we have no chill. I mean, kind of hate to... Well, these guys can all preach. Yeah, we're gonna preach, peel another turn. This guy's gonna come in. Okay, I think I like that. We are... Let's start recruiting some of the other guys again. So here's the cap. Let's not go through the cap, because I think that we're gonna get bopped if we go through the cap. Looks like we do have one of the water nations. Okay, so there's no... This is covered. Every single... every single cave place is now covered. It looks like we might have a 2-cave map. So let's try and scout this out a little bit. With regards to what's going on, this guy will search. And summon allies. And I think we finished, oh, we're finishing construction 5. What do we have? Oop, we're always forgetting to put on these. It looks like we can use a gore helmet. Looks like we can use a gore helmet. And this guy, we will temporarily give this. And you can make a great sword. Maybe we like the great swords more than the gore helmets, just generally. So we already searched up here, and then he can come here and start constructing the fort. And then, let's see, nation overview. Nope, that's not what we wanted. Tenders of the world. We have a non-aggression pact with Machaka now. Oh, this guy is, we're no longer have a non-aggression pact with. Okay. So we've, yeah, I think we are ready to build the palisades here then. He doesn't have too big an army. I suppose we do want to be a little bit scared. Well, this guy's just apprehensive. We could even just go after him here. I think we want to set something up below ground before we do that. But below here, so we'd want to come out from here. So maybe we want to set up having an army there. Hello, says Yoao. Hello, sorry for asking about the game, but is there another good way to deal with dependence in Victoria 3? Is there any good way to deal with dependence in Victoria 3? I'm not sure what you mean by deal with. You can just increase your workforce contribution ratio. That's kind of what you can do. I'm not sure what you mean by deal with is the thing. You'd have to clarify a little bit. You could decrease the number of dependents by increasing the workforce ratio. If I think is the kind of answer you're looking for. I assume. Okay, so this should be a pretty easy roll. Then we do want a temple and a lab up there. Just kind of seeing what's going on. We did not forget that we wanted to recruit one of these guys. Except we did forget. Build the palisades down here. Okay, I think we can attack in with this. And we'll see how well the thug does. I also think we want to switch back to this. But notably, this woman, we will give the hammer to. I hope that answers your question, by the way. Where's the woman who has the hammer? You have the hammer. Nice. Okay, so these guys won't be very good. I mean, they'll be sacred, so once they gain some experience, they'll be able to do stuff. Could this guy even thug a little bit? I mean, they have... Okay, they have 16 hit points. But they notably have some precision, so we could just give them a ranged weapon and, like, check them in and say, let's go. They have Berserker, though. I mean, that gives a bunch of attack. We just give them better armor. How much is this? This is natural protection. Armor value is pretty bad. Stone Dagger and Bite seem not that great. But I think we could thug these guys up. We'll move this guy up here. Kind of get ready. So you guys saw a video that says saying it wasn't very good to have many dependents. Yeah, because you'd rather have more people working generally. This is the reason behind dependence bad. But technically, in some situations, dependence is good because dependents give a free money modifier. But like, this would be a very specific context. But there's not much you as a player can do to create less dependence, if that makes sense. Like, you don't have a lot of agency in that regard. I think we will take this from the Quill guy and give it to her. And research. And she will forge a Thistle Mace. Oh my god, we haven't searched around with some of these guys. Alright, let's... Shame on me. Nature and Water 2 is going to be nice to search around with here. This guy, we will search for the Earth 2. And then we will pull one of these. Her, I think. For Air 3 on the search. Ugh. Definitely a little bit of a miss. On my part, I apologize. So we'll bring this guy over with a full stack. Actually, let's bring him over here with a full stack of goats. Because we're going to come up this way too. And here... Okay, well we don't have... We can't recruit our shaman because we don't have the things. So let's actually recruit here one of the... we want one of those guys. Actually, maybe... Where did he go? Oh, he just died? Lame. Alright. Oh, I want just a little bit more gold, man. I'm gonna come in here and... Actually... No, I think I want these guys recruiting more than I want that gold. But here's our... We're gonna take this guy and come over here. Oh, we haven't searched here either, bro. She can come over. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, I understand now. Yeah. Yeah, you just don't have much control over it. Like, it's a bad modifier, but it's literally just the laws you can change that fix workforce ratio, and then that's kind of it. It's not like you can build a certain type of thing to change workforce ratio. Also, if you have a ton of peasants, workforce ratio, it might be better to not pursue it too aggressively, but eventually you run out of peasants, so. Exactly, 13 on the treasury, let's go, baby. I mean, I feel like we're in good shape here, but I guess I'm not too sure. Alright. Our demon priest dies. Our forces were beaten. We killed a bunch of trogs, though. Again, I mean, all the trogs should be very nearly dead, huh? 4 enemy units. So I guess we're just gonna send this guy in to kill the rest of the trogs. What do you have? Yeah, he's just gonna finish off the trogs by himself. Alright. Build a temple here. Ooh, we cannot research. Bro, where'd the bops go? Oh, they're back. Ugh, did we lose a bunch of units? No, we lost a shaman, no. Kind of annoying. The Zots were stronger than we thought. We're actually just running out of troops here. The Zots was stronger than we thought. I mean, kind of keen on breaking it up. Maybe we just like have to bite the bullet and slowly break into blood like this. Just build a bunch of Zots. We'll summon some allies here. We'll summon allies here. But with this guy, we could probably preach. I think we're gonna forge another Thistle Mace with her. Actually, no, not with her. We will not forge another Thistle Mace with her. Where's this guy? Back to Owl Quills you go. Oh, these guys we wanted to search with. Maybe we want to search Pretenders of the World. Well, it's nice that our up above is also now secured. Is there really no more below ground other than this? I think that the Trog will win. Or the Trogs will lose. Okay. Now I have error. I have nature. Oh, where's my Thistle Mace go? I thought I forged a Thistle Mace. Bro, did I not? Yeah, this guy's hyper expanded in a bunch of spots. So popping up will feel nice. Or well, I guess we'll be fighting one of the stronger guys. That part won't feel nice. I think we do want some boots of the messenger. I think we ditch the dwarven hammer for her. Research. We have no gem income for death, unfortunately. So I think what we do here is actually, we have this guy search. We have this guy finish building the fort. And now we've used up everyone. We have a little bit of excess gold. But I think we want to build a, well, I'm not sure where we want to build. I think we'll take another one of these guys. Over here. Let's actually just bring both the guys over so that it's more straightforward for us. We're still recruiting a bunch of guys here, but honestly we can point buff a bunch of them. It's not going to be too great. So I guess this is guys waiting, huh? We don't have a lot of these troops left. Maybe we could recruit up some troops that'll let us go after these cavemen. It's like kind of stalling here, right? Alright, I think we end the turn. It's a little bit. We found a magic site. Quicksand. I mean, we're stalling out here, so we should either turn back and get more guys or something. Let's just do that. Alright, now we have the Thistle Mace. We don't need you doing that anymore. So we could give the Thistle Mace to someone else. Just trying to scout the map here. Search view. Magic power. Let's get him up above. Dancing lights. We could also recruit Trogs out of here, which is maybe something we're interested in. Oh, she cannot research, can she? We'll just have all these guys summon allies. And we'll eventually build something out of there. So I think, yeah, I think we just want him. Alright, we're starting to have a lot of hammers, dwarven hammers. But this is always the plan, huh? What else might we need? This makes pearls. Or not pearls, it makes stuff. Oh, this is interesting. It costs 10 though. But importantly, with this guy, we can equip the Thistle Mace, and then we have access to nature too. But saving 4 gems is way more valuable on stuff that costs exactly 5 gems. But he does have nature 2 now. Dragon's Green. This notably has pretty low encumbrance. It gives poison res. They're kind of keen on like Boots of the Messenger, right? Because it only costs us 1 gem to make. I think we do want to have one of these in our back pocket though. It only requires nature 1, so we don't need the Thistle Maze. Ring of Regeneration will cost us 6. But a little bit hard to get regeneration on our guys now, so I think this guy who we're actually looking to get in, mix it up with, I think we'll give him the Ring of Regeneration. I guess we'd kind of like some Reinvig on him, but he's gonna cast Summon Earth Power and then he'll be neutral, so maybe that's would be wasted. Ton of allies summoning. Let's actually construct a lab here. And then one of these guys. Gonna fill him up, and then we're gonna give him some items in that lab and send him up here. Let's actually not fill him up all the way though, because we do want him to pick up some of the goats that are these guys, these 2. I think that's going to be a turn for us. Now, what turn are we on, even? How do we check that in the UI? Spring in year 2. So we got in about another year till we get our Pretender, but... So I suppose one of the questions is, if we fought another guy, would we have been able to contend with them? Where our primary weapon would have been stuff like this, and maybe getting construction 5 so that we could get Frostbrands on this type of thing, on this type of thug. I think yeah, alright. Just take a little bit of a peel here. Nice. I think that we'll have her come here and him go above ground now. I think we don't need this for what we'll be forging with him. Now you get some items, and you get some of these goats. I think we want... This is kind of the minimum. It's 2 gem investment, and I think you'll do good with just that, to be honest. Go like that. I think that'll be the right amount. Then we can push the rest of the way. We'll switch back to recruiting the women. Baron Crags is now fort. We'll search with them. I think actually with him we'll construct a lab. And then we'll construct a temple. So kind of filling in the edges of the map. So this guy can come up and get kitted out. And I guess we're going to be probably using a lot of frostbands and just armor. What do we want this gentleman doing? Yeah, we're going for the Zots. I mean, we can give these guys stuff to make them research faster. We're just gonna research with them and, like, suffer. And I think with this guy, we'll take off the great sword of sharpness. Well, I think we want to put on that. I think we'll go with the frostbrand. Is that really all of our movement? Let's do not nation overview. These guys are apprehensive. These guys are non-aggression. Alright, we get our palisade kind of right on time. I don't even know. That's not what we want. We gotta get better at he will be going in. Chaka's not doing a very good job expanding. Or that's not Machaka, but you know what I mean. We'll give this guy a brand. I think we'll take the Gore helmet though. Maybe we actually great sword of sharpness this guy. I think we have an extra hammer for him. Although, maybe we want him on someone making Don't hate maybe giving someone a horn. That is a bit of a problem for us. We wouldn't hate the reinvig thing. I gotta get better at knowing what items I need and can produce for cheap with this build, because we really want to stick with items that cost 5, right? This guy will search. I think we're starting to come full circle around. Alright, so it'll be our first little war. I think if this was multiplayer, we wouldn't start a war before we get our pretender, but... And I think our pretender was uber greedy, but... Let's see how it goes. We barely lose anyone. Instantly, this is breached instantly. One nice thing about these guys is they do give a lot of siege. It's kind of having him in front. I think now we'll just have him in back. They'll have more morale here. Alright, this guy's not doing anything useful now. I think we'll actually send this guy this way. Interesting map we got going on. Summon some more allies. Is that our bops? Our bops dead? My kingdom for more bops. Maybe we send up a thug. Doesn't have regeneration, but boots of swiftness are nice because they can get there a bit faster, and then one of these guys set you up with a hammer. Wait, what the oh, there's our hammer. Why don't we do some rearranging? Whoops, meant to keep recruiting those guys. Okay, so we have a guy prepped. Get like half of these. Half of these guys too. Actually, I think these guys will have more morale in this squad. They're eating the morale of the other guys. Alright. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. Okay. I think we can fight these guys now. Maybe a little overkill, but... I think we were meaning to do stuff. You were... Which one of these is easier? Turtle Tribe? I think Turtle Tribe's easier for us to take out, so let's go here. Plan is to get that. Looks like here's the army. And I think we'll come downstairs here. And we'll take one of these guys. And we'll send him up. And then we'll give him gear once he's up there. We are floating a lot of gold. We do need a temple on this. So we'll start moving the temple over here. We are going to build it right here. I think. We'll see what Linshire has to offer. I thought that this was the last place. I'm assuming Linshire will be covered up by something else. And then this was, yeah, nice and safe. Whoa! Why don't we recruit a bunch of Trogs here, actually? Which will be nice when we push out from under here. Try and make use of that. We could get ready to build more bats out of here, but I think we'll just play it slower over here. Could also set up to recruit Trogs there, but I think it's a little out of the way. We could ferry around troops with someone else, but... Oh, we really lost. We got crushed. They just rout. They just routed really easy. Yeah, I think morale is actually just a huge sticking point then here, right? Yeah, it looks like the guys just routed really quick. Okay, well, let's do something a little bit. Let's make an adjustment here then. Let's have you preach. Build a lab. You're gonna build summon guys. No, you're gonna build a temple. Sorry. You're gonna build a lab. We'll be able to recruit everyone or equip people up. Alright, let's see. We also had a battle here. How do we do? Little siege battle. I think we got in pretty good. I mean, these goats are absolutely tremendous for absorbing arrow fire, it feels like. Look at that. The question is how do we get more morale on our guys overall? I mean, we can build items for morale. But I think this guy's doing most of the work at this point, right? But like, I think these guys are doing alright too. Okay, so what can we recruit for? What can we use for morale? Is there any item that costs 5 and gives a morale bonus? I think is the question. Oh, we maybe should be building some of these. So Horn of Valor, inspirational. Yep, okay. I'm with it. I mean, it seems to be a substantive problem for us. I think he's going up here, right? We can go up with all these guys, but the problem is these guys might rout. Actually, maybe... Yeah, we need a better troop leader, to be honest. I mean, those guys just kind of have shit morale anyway. Maybe... Oh, we did need to... Nothing fancy here. Okay, well. What's this? A bunch of mantas? I think if this guy sieges here, we will attack here. Next turn. Lanka's capital. Haven't searched there yet. I think a lot of the inspiration stuff is fire gem oriented. It's one problem. What do we have equipment-wise? Alright, we could use some defense bracers, I think. We could also think about casting some spells. We could recruit these guys with just labs. These guys are decently strong. Not sure we want to build into that though. Pretty big army here. Maybe. Oh, we have no lab, so we can't cast spells. Build a lab. Let's also get some of these guys in the fort. That way we'll be able to give all these, make sure everyone kind of has items. Oh, I think something, yeah, we were thinking about was, what about ranged items? So we're getting 2 bracers. I don't think we need a frostband here. Is this really the only thing we can do? On hit entanglement? Alright, I'll bite. It's 1 gem, so we're gonna equip it on this guy, I think. Or actually, I think we'll equip it on this guy. What's his precision? He's got 11 precision versus 11. That guy's got a bunch of casting he can do. Just kind of searching around here now. That guy we're just gonna wait on. That guy summons allies, summons allies. Just him is remaining. We have a decent savings. And yeah, I mean, he's coming in with 2 armies, but he can't come in here, which is where we need to defend. And we'll get some of these mages in the forts, and we'll be able to think about maybe what we want to do. Maybe we want to start casting some stuff. Kind of a weak confinement. That doesn't seem very good. We could pass Mother Oak. Maybe. That would require some prep. Probably don't get that off in multiplayer. Ooh, that's a bunch of guys. I think yeah, a mistake was not taking any dudes with him. I think we actually, let's see if we can summon something frontline-y. Fine, man. Research. I mean, we have a good amount of gems. We maybe got to find a better way to spend them all. Alright, we're gonna pass. What do we find? Labyrinth of Skulls, cool. Alright, he did come in here. Roundly trounces the province defense as well. So, we have a ton of these guys, and our plan was to buff them. Can we accomplish that? He's gonna have a lot of reinvigoration, right? Does he already have a bracer? He does. These guys were less concerned about protecting. Trying to be a little bit more cost efficient. But I think this is going to be a big turn in terms of testing out what we can do. We're going to try and set up a big kind of thing. Now, can we get... Is there someone we could have lead these guys that would allow them to use a line formation? See, like, this is one of the problems, is our poor leadership. Surely not you. Yeah. So I think they're just best with the profit. There's at least a +2 morale, and we built an item for him. So why don't we do this and this? He doesn't, his prot's kind of okay. But now he'll have inspirational 3 instead of 2. Extra strength, bark skin, and regeneration. Bro, can we cast this guy on the guy if we gave him a Thistle Mace? I don't think it's enough. I think we'll do Misform and then spells. I think we're gonna paste that guy's thing. Okay. But she can do summon Gaia Strength if she had a... Where is our Thistle Mace? Bro, we just like straight up lost 2 Thistle Maces? What's going on? You just walk off with them, or what? I feel like we've made 2 and I can't find any of them. Is there a way to find them? Where are you? Where's Harvey Dent? Oh, it's in the item treasury. Okay. It's just impossible to see. Okay, can we summon Gaia's whatever with this? Gaia's strength or whatever? No, I mean strength of Gaia. We can. So strength, bark skin, regeneration. Strength of Gaia. How much does that cost? Not too much. Summon earth power. Not really seeing anything we want to put in. Ooh, regeneration. Would love that for us. And then, what's your prot? Pretty low. So maybe we could do something like this. Bro, where'd the beats go? Alright, so I mean, her prot's low too. I just don't know if we want to give her. Right. 0 protection. Yeah, I think we give it to her. I mean, so this will be a moment of truth, I guess. I mean, we really don't want our guys to rout, but fundamentally, it's will the goats act as a sufficient substitute for troops or no? I think we also get ready to use this guy coming on up. And then, where did this guy go? There was a big stack here. Not sure where it went. Kind of keen on maybe going up there. Through here. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be so obnoxious to play against, because we're going to come up every single one of these. And it's got to make him feel like he has, like, no fronts and we have a million fronts. Alright. We'll recruit the bats on repeat. I think we can get in on these guys with this. I don't know the extent of where this guy's at. Wait, isn't he sieging? Break siege, there we go. It's confused. And these guys are just kind of poised and ready. Let's see. Oh, we got clapped, didn't we? Yeah. How bad was that? Pale ones, we just lost a ton of them to the turtle tribe. Yeah. Oh, maybe we're supposed to let them assault instead. I'm really not too knowledgeable in these regards. I think we want some earth boots too at some point. think also let's get another dwarven hammer up in here. No, we don't have. Yeah. Gotta work on getting a lot more quills for those guys, those gentlemen. You were coming here to build a temple, I believe. Why don't you take a bunch of these guys with you? Alright, moment of truth here. As far as some of our assumptions go, although we would have preferred, like, if we can, like, really cast a battlefield protection spell, but those are also deeper in the tree now. Ooh, there's a lot. Okay, so the one we were concerned with is the Barren Crags one. It looks like we did break out here, but let's kind of take a look at it. Barren Crags. Ooh, we kind of suffered really hard this one. Our forces were beaten. Oh. 500 guys, though. We'll see how they did. Okay, so maybe this isn't gonna work. I mean, we also didn't have a lot of our sacreds either. I don't know. More mages. Retreats, and here's the thug squad, right? But they're just surrounded here. Yeah. Okay, so we lost 94 and we killed 150. What did we kill mostly? Full-Bolg warriors. Just kind of generic warrior. I mean, I think they had way more gold invested there, but... I mean, they definitely had way more gold invested. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is also just super bad, right? That we have... You know, a 40 stack of our sacreds kind of not doing anything. She made it out though. That's kind of good for us. Looks like she picked up some of the items. Did our other guy make it out? Our big guy? No, he didn't. I mean, maybe we just didn't have enough thugs there? Like, we're supposed to have all these guys there by then, maybe? You know, these guys can also thug reasonably well. Maybe we're supposed to give them weapons and have them fast up and go in. So we had a couple more pieces of gear here. Maybe conceptually this is okay, but we just executed it poorly. Why don't we look at how many guys these guys killed at least? We also had a ton of battles here. It looks like they came down for us. It looks like these guys got chopped up. So let's actually take a look at that, because this is kind of the strat, right? We also, I guess, we have to have enough chaff that they don't get surrounded. So these guys hold, and then they're going in. And he's in. But he gets clubbed down. These guys also do a lot of damage, to be fair. He didn't even kill that many guys. Barren Crags, how many did these guys kill? So, these guys weren't even really that killy. It's the guards that are really killy. So maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe it's these guys we're trying to thug out. Because they have low prot, they have decent attack and defense. It's not spectacular, but like they can do Summon Earth Power, Moss Body. Right. Like this guy. We could do Summon Earth Power, Moss Body, Quicken Self. Bro, that seems not too bad. He goes in. Don't have much encumbrance now, but like, we throw this on him. Nice prot 18. It'd be a lot better if he was Earth 3 going to 4, because then he'd get another 4 prot. Right? But Moss Body is not too bad, especially if we forget about this goat nonsense. Yeah, I think this goat thing is maybe cute early, but then it falls off. Or that we can use goat guys to transport troops, right? These goat guys, because they also didn't perform spectacularly in the fight. I mean, they have decent health. Maybe we're just not using them against the right stuff. But then, okay, what are we going to make our lines out of now, in this world where we don't recruit these guys up? Because these guys aren't that expensive. Maybe we're just built too much infra and not enough army early on here. Like, us stalling out, like, super hard here was not ideal. So maybe we need more basic troops. Maybe we need more of these guys. Just generally. Who are not anything to write home about, but... Because the problem was our guys got surrounded too. If they don't get surrounded, then maybe they last a lot longer. Because their defense skill doesn't get axed. You know what also maybe we could have done? Is... with these guys, they have bodyguard, right? They won't route if they're bodyguard out. And we just bodyguard them on the guys who are coming in. And so each guy's coming in has 5 guys who are not going to route that are going to stay on him. And be pretty good. And even if it's one of these guys, you know, with this and this, you know, with size 7, with size 3 bodyguards, you know, there's gonna be a second guy in the square with you, right? That seems pretty good. Just kind of trying to think through this. I think, I mean, we could keep playing. I think this is a fail, though. I think this is a miss, and I think he comes for this next turn. Unless there's a way we can, like, set this up so that... Alright, hold up. I feel like we'll just get surrounded. We just don't have enough troops here. Of course, we could put in a bunch of province defense. Buff up a whole lot. Maybe we keep going here. Alright, let's see. Alright, our walls aren't done yet here. So new plan is we need to thug with... We actually need to come up with battle plans for these guys pretty hard, actually. So we know this guy's going in, so we're gonna do guard commander. Oh, we don't have a priest here. No, she's a priest. Alright. Maybe that's a little too many blessings, but we do want everyone to get the blessing, and then... Personal mist form, right? Because we don't have group mist form. Or we do have group mist form. Oh, that's only gonna hit. It's not gonna hit enough people with the area of 1. Alright, we'll just do this. Alright, so this guy does summon Earth Power and then Moss Body, quicken self, and attack. So any... Do we have any... No, that's the only guy who can do this specific script. And these guys can't do Strength of Gaia, but they can all do Moss Body. Okay, so... Moss Body, personal regen. Yeah, if we don't have another thing of armor, maybe we just cast spells. Moss Body, maybe? Personal Iron Skin. Oh, can this guy personal mist form? No, he can't. Damn it. So let's freaking take away this. Can you summon something useful? Watcher? Oh, hell yeah. Sign us up. We'll just put you behind the troops. Summon. Means another one of these guys can get in there. I think we'll give him the same script as this, and give him this. We'll take that. And then let's see, defense. So I think that'll work for us. We need a lot more armor here. So we're making adjustments. $50 units. We'll bring this guy over to deal with that, I think. Let's do something like that. We definitely want a fort here. I think we're gonna get started. We're gonna build a lab in a fort. We can't build a lab in a fort. Okay, we're gonna build a lab. Local defense is well organized. Maybe gonna look around for something that's not well organized. Mainly if sappers and full sappers is not what we want to see. But this guy's gonna be able to make it over pretty quick. And we're also gonna have this guy. If they attack. We're just gonna put him on spells for now. And we're gonna give him a bunch of these as well. We do need, let's give this up, some priests up there. Now with these guys, we can give these guys the Alquils. They will be decent researchers. Decent. How smart is the game about scripts that have steps the unit can't do? Do they just skip the steps, or do they skip a turn? I think they just skip the steps. Like, so for example, we have a script for this guy. summon Earth Power, which requires us having more Earth, which is why it's red out. But Strength of Gaia is going to give us a little bit more... Oh, Strength of Gaia won't let us summon the Earth Power. So we would just end up skipping that, because if we take a look here at the script, Strength of Gaia is actually just going to boost our nature magic by 1. Somehow in my head it first boosted our Earth Power. Ooh, actually, I'm into that. So this will boost us up a little bit, give us Bark Skin and regeneration, and then this. How big is the area effect? 3+. Let's see if we can cast it twice. Yeah. I think we should be able to defend this. Maybe. I think you got some of our items though. I think we're not too keen about that. You're very welcome, Richard. Yeah, definitely on the back foot here. I think our strategy is adjusting here. What the hell? How do you get in here? Man. Alright. I mean, we're just... Taking it back is going to be kind of annoying. Well, it's not going to be difficult. It's just frustrating. Oh, when'd you get here? Oh, I guess we got clapped. Alright, maybe this is the end of the run then. Let's see how we lost that exactly. So we lost 65. These guys did work. The 3 of these guys that were scripted to, like, personal iron's gonna go in. Our guards did work. These goats were useless. The Watcher did a lot of work. I think maybe we want to cast a whole bunch of these Watchers on these forests. So let's view the battle. Also, we ended up retreating, so I think that these goats are actually not really helping us past the early game here. Because I think they're causing us to route faster here. And we have a bunch of regeneration and stuff. They're really not doing a whole lot. Our boys are getting in, these guys. So, here's the guys who did a lot of work. So we had Liquid Body as well cast on us. So we got Moss Body. We got a lot of Prot. These guys didn't die either. So I think that, yeah, I think our strategy needs to adapt to... And then this guy just had a quarterstaff. Thought we'd given him stuff, but he's... Reinvigoration, his encumbrance up, and then he's enlarged. Not sure we like him being enlarged, but these guys aren't getting surrounded like in the previous version of the battle. So like, at least right here we're doing alright. We're caving on this side, but... I mean, we also just don't have a lot of attack and defense with these guys, so we just have to tank them out. So maybe this kit's not really the kit. Like, maybe it's not a frost brand. Maybe that's not what we're looking for, but this guy's on the run. Morale problems, still basically full life. And then we have this fat squad up here. It looks like this guy's running. So what happened to all of our commanders? I guess every single one of our commanders made it out alive. But they're all here, so they're gonna die. They're all gonna get trapped. We needed them to retreat into here. So there's not gonna be retreats. I mean, right? We're screwed. I mean, maybe we could even fight this 60 stack here. Or we could try and free up these guys. I mean, we don't have full equipment stacks for people anymore. Oh, we can't even... There's no lab here. Annoying that he got to just bypass our guys here. Also, I mean, we did put the AI on Impossible, and I think the AI plays a lot better now. So, I don't necessarily hate... We take a look at our Pretender. So one problem is we have this Incarnate only bless on a guy who's in prison. And I mean, Fear would be really good on our guys if we got it going. But maybe this just is... We just maybe this is too greedy and we either have to give up Fear or because we don't have our Pretender yet even. We're late fall in year 2, so we're not even eligible for our Pretender to appear. Once our Pretender appears, we would have Fear. And I mean, yeah, maybe we need to like revisit exactly how we are killing things as well. Because, so maybe we don't want this. Maybe we want this. Which creates a poison cloud. Right, we can still make these for 1 unit, or 1 cost gem. That creates a massive poison cloud. But our units have resistance to poison always. We make a bunch of snake bladder sticks. We YOLO it in. Can kill both the wielder and his enemies if they aren't, unless they are properly protected. And to be honest, we're gonna get this snake bladder stick before people get access to the full battlefield poison resist, and so obviously that kills a bunch of our dudes who aren't the dudes. Who aren't sacred. But then maybe we're leaning on our sacred troops too much. I really wish we had... let's go back to the drawing board a little bit. So let's save and quit. And look at creating a pretender god. And we'll look, actually, let's first look at who we have. Who we were using there. We were using Death Tongue. And to be fair, we did make and the Strong Blood is what we're talking about with the 5 poison resist, and then we can use the Snake Bladder. Even with solo expander guys, we could just Snake Bladder, full defense. They just whack with the Snake Bladder. They don't have to do well, because we don't have a lot of attack skill on our guys anyways. And we just look to be tanky and poison them out with the Snake Bladder or whatever. And then later on, we'll equip better weapons that'll increase our attack and defense skills, because the weapons affect those positively. So, but we did have this guy, who was very much the same idea, except he was dormant. And we were sacrificing some drain scales a little bit, as well as additional heat. So this would not be as good late game, but then we get the fear early. But maybe this is just too much of a gimmick, right? Maybe we just need to revisit. Because like maybe the fear's no good. I do think, so we could take a look at another one we had thought about. And the problem is well, what do you spend your points on if you're trying to... So here we have much the same idea, but we have a couple extra things. We have reinvigoration and some extra heroism. And then we have no fear. And then maybe the reinvigoration, because we can make the boots. Maybe reinvigoration's not so good. Okay. Maybe this much heroism's not so good. And the reason we chose the Fire Mage guy is because we did want to break into other paths later on. And one attractive thing about him is it's easy to forge the water item. And then from there, we can, with 4 water, 4 fire, we can forge the Staff of Elemental Mastery. And then you put that Staff of Elemental Mastery on our guys that have the 4 forge bonus and this type of stuff, and look to push like that. But okay, with that in mind, and we also chose 4 on Astral, that way we would be much closer to forging like Astral rings, or be a little bit more flexible in that regard, and we could just forge the Astral Star Cap immediately if there's like an Astral 1 guy, and maybe this was a good idea, and that's what we were thinking. Okay. So, but if we take a look, let's go back to the drawing board. And if anyone has any suggestions, not that there's a ton of people in here, but for Pyrene, what are we thinking on the chassis, knowing that we want... Well, let's just put some things down on the bless that we want, like, pretty strongly. We're just gonna put 3 in each of these, and then we'll try and look for a chassis. Actually, can we shift click? No, we can't. I don't think we'll need more than 4 to like highlight most of what we like want pretty strongly, with our strategy of, hey, we're gonna equip and then have like an army thuggy strategy. Swiftness was intriguing, we didn't put it on though, but Righteous Wrath also intriguing. Seems like the best way to get attack. I don't think we're having sacred units killed too often, unless it's our capital only sacred, so we could also do Chill Aura. I think that the ice guys, remember the goats did have cold resist, so they would be more fine with this. This may be an idea. But the main ones we wanted Spirit Sight, because we're underground and we only have 50% dark vision. I think we, even more than before, we want Strong Blood for the 0.5 or the poison resist, and also the disease risk at all times. I think that Heroism and Blur are both really good, especially early. But we could lose this if we wanted to, and then I think that Shock Resistance is attractive. And okay, if this is what we have going on, what can we do with this? And we can give some of these up. I think we really do want Spirit Sight though, quite strongly. Maybe attack bonus and blood surge for repels. Blood surge plus. Okay, we can take a look. So let's do Freak Lord if we're gonna do blood 4, right? And then we'll do 3 and everything else and see what our points look like. Because 3 is the most cost effective for generating points, and then if you're gonna add an additional point, it makes sense to add it on the thing. And so then we could, maybe. Blood Surge. And Blood Surge should be a little bit easier to trigger, right? For us with the Thuggy strategy. However, Blood Surge obviously sucks super hard if you can't manage to, what is it? If you can't kill something or you don't kill something. But something like this, you think, Josie? I think I could bite on this. Now, we could even go dormant here and get this guy a little bit earlier as well. Or we could go imprisoned and rack up a bunch more points and get some more attack skill. I'm not sure. Or is there something else you had in mind adding to this? Getting multiple points in precision and then using ranged weapons is a little intriguing, but there weren't too many ranged weapons that looked that attractive. But let's see if we're dormant. We have 52 points to work with. I mean, how much do we need recruitment points, to be honest? It didn't really seem that vital. Maybe something like this? Multiple attack bonus? Can you review the sacred stats again? To go back to the sacreds, we would have to get out of this menu. They have like, our sacred troops have like 14, 15 defense, and they have like 11 attack. But we could drop blur and do something like this. Our sacred generals have around 10 is the problem, and so okay, we can get +3 here and we can get +2 here, but I'd almost rather go for Righteous Wrath than add to attack just native. And the extra morale seems not inconsequential, but we can kind of remember this. So let's take a closer look at the guys. So the reason why I kind of didn't want to stack attack is because we don't do very well with it, or we don't have a lot of it on our guys. Here we have 11, and we were planning on getting a good chunk of it through heroism. And our defense isn't that great. You know, 12, 10. What we have a lot of is bulk, right? And paths that can help us maintain that bulk, right? Because we can do, we don't have a lot of prot, so like, the idea is if we prot and then like, do something like Moss Body, and just get in there and try and be tanky. Here's our troop, and again, this is not that much attack, so I was thinking that we try and gum it up with our troops. I think our troops intermingled with the giants is also a bit attractive, because most of the giants can be in the same square as a troop. Like, these guys are small enough to be in the same square. These guys are small enough. These guys are not small enough. And these guys are also 3 to a square on their own. And bodyguard, so we can just have a bunch of them with bodyguard attached to troops or attached to generals, and then send the generals in, right? After they finish their script. And so, but let's take a look at, so this is why I didn't want to lean into attacks as much. Oh, they're size 5, so they don't get a bonus to weapon length, so yeah, attack bonus wouldn't be that great. That's right, yeah. Well, but, okay. We could also do something like this. It's gonna be 2 points off. Alright, that'll be fine. We could do something like this. Larger. By the way, we could also just use enlarge on them as well, just the spell. Which is maybe better, because if we do this, then our troops will only be 2 to a square. But plus a bunch of size and HP, it's not insane. They have, like, with 70 hit points, that's like, plus the guys get up to 90 life. But this is also a 7-point bless, right? And I think we just cast larger at that point. But we could repel with size 5. We just have to cast larger on our guys first. Awe was a little bit interesting and attractive. The problem is I think we kind of would like to make use of something that's non-incarnate. Or we have to be dormant. Righteous Wrath is interesting. I think it doesn't work for us. I think it's actually really strong. I just think it's bad on us. I think that maybe we have to work backwards from the types of kits we are creating on our semi-thugs, though. And I think if we're going to use the snake bladder thing, that maybe, like, if we think about, we're tanky and we use the snake bladder item, at least early on, right? And look to abuse the fact that, so we're creating an AoE poison and we just have to survive. If our only goal is to survive, what are the best things? Solar weapons is also intriguing. Mainly because undead are particularly good against poison resistance, and maybe we have a strategy where we're casting foul vapors and stuff, and so we would be taking that for coverage. But I do like strong blood. And a blood surge, since we have thugs, is not... it seems somewhat reasonable. I really like blur a lot. I mean, we could go larger, but I think we just cast the spell, right? So I don't think the strategy doesn't necessarily, like, fall apart. So we have this. We could add shock res and then a couple attack skill and have something looks like this. We could also instead have Righteous Wrath instead of 2 attacks and just say we're gonna have a sort of bodyguard looking thing. We're gonna have bodyguards, and if one of the bodyguards dies, the problem is the vicinity is only range 2, so maybe this doesn't work. But I also think the repel would work a lot better if we had a much higher base attack. I guess with Impossible AI, you get into late game too early. Maybe. I mean, they had a lot of more units than we could bring. And so maybe you have to think, since they have additional resources, maybe this sort of strategy that we tried to do would have worked against a human player with, like, commensurate resources, but doesn't work against a much higher resource play. I don't know, this feels kind of... to be honest, also strength is... We already have a lot of strength, so I'm not even sure it's the best stat on us. regarding this blood surge. But we could do this. If most of your units are tanks, then AoE seems like a good strategy. Yeah, so what's an interesting thing is... So here's an interesting one. And I hate to use this guy, because even though he starts out with a lot of paths, it's harder for us to break into stuff because this guy's got... he's got Trinity, which means all of his paths will be broken up a lot, but there will be 3 of them. We would be taking him because he has Water Path, for the reason we're about to show. So an idea here is, okay, we ditch the attack, we ditch the Blood Surge. We have this as kind of, I think this is the base of what I think we want to do. And the problem is, I would maybe want to do a Titan or a stationary thing if we could get this type of thing going. But there's just too many different paths. I think Spirit Sight is the most essential. And so maybe if there was Glamour, Depth, Astral. No, I kind of really want Strong Blood too. Okay, but what our plan was... If we want to lean into this AoE idea, we also will get a lot more bless points from these guys. Was we go Chill Aura. And slowing weapons. Now the problem is I'm not sure if we can apply this that many times. And we would need 1 more point. I think we could take it in Astral here. Blah. Okay, so I guess we would take another point here. And we take a 2nd point of heroism. So here's another AoE strategy that's maybe interesting. But it is Incarnate only. This is a problem. But our scales are not too bad. Our scales are probably actually overall kind of good. Actually, let's ditch one of this for, said Winter's Gift. Something like this. Blur and Chill Aura, the fatigue would help reduce their attack even further. Yeah. And so the idea is we're just trying to tire them out. And then this also gives us additional cold resist, so we would have 15 cold resist. And so we might use the Snake Bladders early on, right? But then late game, we transition to just using a ton of cold spells. Unfortunately, we don't have mages that are very high on this. Also, I think slowing weapons is a little bit awkward because we aren't getting off that many attacks, and its attacks from blessed units will make those hit and slow, hit apathetic and slow, unless they can resist the effect, and we don't have a lot of attack, and so I'm not sure we're applying this that often. It is interesting. Incarnate only means that they have to be awake for us to be able to use it. And so, slowing weapons might be bad, but maybe Chill Aura is good enough. Because I think that it's not like we have units with a ton of attacks. Our Sacred Troop only has the 1 short attack, and they're just kind of tanky. But a big problem for us is also leadership. Can you dump, yeah, we could dump a little bit. I think this guy, yeah, so we would dump blood a little bit. It's a little risky, maybe. That's kind of annoying because we would like to have either. Actually, you know what? We can't. It's kind of awkward on the like point values, really. We could lose one more point. It's a little awkward. I mean, maybe we have to give up shock res too. The really awkward thing is, we'd much rather go 5 points on this, because we do want to be able to forge a Staff of Elemental Mastery, and we will not be able to do it like this. I suppose, actually, we can get Earth Boots, and we could also get the Air thing. We want to be able to break in here. We want to be able to break in Astral. So what do we... The points are really awkward here. I mean, we could also go Heat Aura. Might make more sense. I mean, we really can't cast heat spells with our guys, though. Like, we have high level... We have high level this and high level this, and neither of those give those type of, like, make you tired auras. If we went deeper into Glamour, we could go Obfuscate, but now we're maybe spending too much points on this. We could also go Awe. Like, this 86 is actually just super obnoxious. And we would have to get rid of... Like, if we just dump one, we would have to dump 2 scales to do it. Actually, let's... Okay, what happens if we do this? Yeah, we just have to dump 2 scales. It, like, kind of feels bad. But this is how we would do it, I guess. And we get, you know, Strong Blood, Blur, Heroism. I mean, if we're coming out earlier, I think that the main point of Blur is that it was really good. It was helping to patch up the early game, so we could give up Blur even. And maybe that would make sense. If there was something else from water we wanted. I mean, Vitriol Weapons is interesting because it can't be negated. So if you hit, it just hit. Frost Mist Weapons is another one that's interesting. But I think this would be instead of Cold Aura. But now our scales kind of look a little bit grim because we're dumping cold because it makes sense to have with Chill Aura and Winter's Gift. We're dumping this. I suppose net they're not too bad. And then we would be able to cast, like, Winter's Howl or whatever that spell's called pretty comfortably as well, I think. Because we would have 15 cold res on our guys. 10 from this and 5 from the innate. Would swimming let you expand into the sea tiles early? No, it lets us cross rivers. Swimming's not very good. Water breathing would. But water breathing is real expensive. That's like, I think for the cost of water breathing, we would rather take a different sort of pretender that can just go underwater themselves. Like this It's amphibious. And we would just be awake and... But I really do like Blur with the guys with 14 defense. This effectively makes them 16 defense. And then if they get a couple levels, 17, 18, 19 defense on the troops with all res. Seems not terrible. A bit hard to counter. I think Chillor is not something to go... I think I liked it better Imprisoned. I think Chillor is not so good that we like need to get this guy ASAP. I think if we had a better Incarnate Bless, we would maybe want to do that. I mean, this guy you get the absolute most points on, but then the reason that we were using the Archmage instead of him was because the Archmage, with this guy actually, what will happen, here, I'll show you. So this is the other Pretender god we made. With all this, but these, oh, I guess it doesn't show you. This breaks up his path when he goes Trinity. We're not gonna have a guy with 3 fire and 4 water. We're gonna have one that has like 1 fire and another that has 2 fire and then one that has 0 fire. And then like the same for here and all this. So this means we won't reliably be able to use this level of path for the purposes of summoning or breaking into magic or climbing or foraging. And so I thought that was kind of a bit obnoxious. But let's take another look. I mean, okay, so what if we decide we only needed True Sight? This is the only thing that's important. And we need someone who's Death Astral X, ideally. This one's Death Astral. They are 350 though, so I don't think we would want to use them unless we're doing some kind of crazy strategy. There is a trio of them, there are 3. And they do summon hounds at the start. So if we wanted to go like a dormant, like defensive god and go like, and this is maybe not terrible. And we just say, hey, we're gonna go Spirit Sight and then, but here, now what are we supposed to get here? None of this feels very good. We have 5 bless points left. We don't have enough points to get decent scales and then also break into a new path of magic. Would love Astral Death Blood. There's nobody who has Astral Death Blood though. Like if we could have anything Astral Death Blood, and okay. Is there any Astral Deaths in here? Or Astral Bloods? Or Death Bloods? In the statues? No, there's not. We could go a Lich and go Astral Death Blood and go Dormant. And maybe we like this. But at this point, one of the things we're paying a lot for, or giving a lot up for, is this new magic path only costs 20. But what if we go on a Lich and we say, hey, we kind of want to get the minimum things that we wanted, that we were interested in. We want a Strong Blood, Spirit Sight. We don't have to do one of these super late things, even though we have a ton of points in it. We'll go Heroism. We have 0 points left. We could even do this Awake. Right? We just say, hey, this is something like this. we're losing out on the shock resistance, sure. Might as well go for a nature for the synergy, that synergy now. For what synergy? You mean going for the poison resist? I kind of really like that it is 5 at all times. Or was there a different synergy you had in mind? But this guy could be awake. He could be sight searching immediately. These are all 4 paths that we don't have access to. We could also go dormant and add fire, and then we would be able to break into fire. We would not be able to forge a Staff of Elemental Mastery to climb paths. So this is a negative. But this guy's awake with like kind of the scales we were looking at using. I don't think, yeah, so he would be okay at researching. I don't think I see a inept researcher or this type of thing. So we would be able to get Construction 3 earlier. What Vicky 3 mod is this? This is the Dominion 6 Vicky 3 mod. But maybe, I mean, what do you guys think of this? If we went dormant, we would probably do this. And add shock resistance at something else. Maybe 2 more points in heroism. And this way he could sight search for fire. And we have the other paths covered. And we get our shock resistance. One point off. We would get level 1 in a path. I'm not sure which. Water maybe, because we might be able to path boost. Actually, for forging Staff of Elemental Mastery, maybe Earth's the way to go. Ooh, and then we can maybe build the Astral Coin. So maybe this is it. Yeah. So then we can, the Astral Coin or Shield or whatever it is that gives +1 Astral, requires Earth and Astral. So maybe this is the play. The source paths are the 5 right paths, FYI. I think you get a bonus if you have all the elemental paths too. No, not anymore. That was Dominion's 5. It's the same points. I don't know, do we like this? Music is groovy. Oh, we could maybe save a point here and then just 1 point short. I think I like this one. So, relative to what we were running, we're getting our guy much earlier. We're getting to search paths much earlier. I think we have 1 point of heroism. And then the trade-off is we no longer have fear. And so this is a major concession in terms of late game strength, but maybe I just need to be thinking a little bit more early game oriented. Notably, this Pretender is not going to really protect us from anything, I don't think. I mean, super resistant, invulnerable 30, but I think that we have no attacks, and also very importantly, we can't use very many boosters. Actually, that's really relevant, because we don't have a boot slot, so we actually would not be able to boost up a lot of different paths, because we don't have item slots. So, but, I mean, at this point, we could get 200 more points if we're just say, hey, we want to be able to site search later. And what if we use those points like this? Or actually, what are our item slots? We can boost air by 1 with the helmet. We can't boost the boots. So maybe like this. We get a little bit more. And then we do this. And we get to have a lot more guys. We get to recruit a lot more sacreds every turn. Maybe even a lot more. Although this seems gratuitous because we get to, one of our bonuses, we get to build more temples, which is why I was kind of keen on having 5 to begin with. And so maybe, yeah. Or what was, I forget what our setup was. I think this was it. I really don't know how to evaluate how much we like site searching with the 5 paths we don't have earlier, 2 years earlier, but let's save this one. And maybe we think, okay, what's the most important things? I kind of low-key think it's Spirit Sight, but and then, like, we could do it without Strong Blood, right? We could do it with Nature instead. It would just be awkward, but we could still do the Snake Bladder thing and just use Poison Resistance instead. The problem is that if not everyone gets blessed, and we don't have good priests, we don't have a way to battlefield bless that well. So why don't we save this one up? I think I kind of like this. I mean, maybe we could go a completely different direction here as well. What do we do if we want an Awake God? Well, this guy, what if we say to ourselves, hey, we could go 1, 2, 3. And okay, we're not going to use them to search. But we get to be awake and we get to research. He's not a good smith. Shout out to him. But we get to do something like this. Seems like a waste to only put 1 point into the candle. But What about doing something like this? We get fear immediately. It's going to be a little bit hard for us to lose it. The problem is we're not getting our poison resist, are we? We're not getting the poison resist. And we do something like this. Could do something like this. But now we're not awake. Okay, what if we say we want to be awake with this exactly? And we want to be a strong researcher. So maybe we don't even need a statue. Although we could do the blood statue. Which would be better for breaking into blood because it has the blood searcher. We don't need a high path. The gray ones don't have negative research. And we need specifically astral death more than anything else. But now it's, well, we don't need a very high path on that, so. And then we need astral. And then we wanted blood. And then we ignore this. And we get blur, maybe? What's sick is we could just do one more point here. And then we could go obfuscate. Should I just... Oh, we would need 2 points to do displacement? Can't quite... Well, maybe we can swing 2 points. We do this. We do this. We have 7 points left, and now we can go obfuscate. So we're not going to have lightning resist here. We will have... Oh, not obfuscate. Ooh, displacement's a little bit of a tough sell, isn't it? This one's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about spending 3 points. Or spending 7 points for this effect. When we could just pay for blur, and blur seems to be a very similar rate. With blur, we're getting, for 3 points, we're getting 2, and for here, we're getting 5 points for 7. So each under blur, it's 2/3 of a point per thing, 2/3 of a less point, and under this, it's I think a little bit better, slightly better. It's like getting 2 blurs and then 1 point for 1. But the extra points in this cost a lot more. And so if we do that, we don't have to tank scales as hard. And then we can just go. Blur. Oh, we could also do this. Kind of get exactly what we're looking for, don't we? Wow. Wow. And then we just use this bad boy to research and site search. We probably don't need this. We could probably have this instead. And I'm not sure if we went Death 4 or Blood 4, to be honest. I think I like this. We get minus on the income, a significant minus on the resources. Good growth, good events, good luck. But we get to be awake right away. Because, okay, I feel like we kind of feel like construction's like really where we turn on, so. What is scales? I keep hearing the word, but I don't understand. So, the, like, growth versus death, I can show you in just a moment once we load in, but the growth versus death, order versus disorder, magic, or order versus turmoil, magic versus, I forget the opposite of magic, drain? Yeah. So here are our scales that we picked. So we got Sloth 2, which gives -6 to income, -30 to resources. We got Heat 1, which gives -5 to income, -10 to supplies. We get Growth 1, which gives plus to income, plus to supplies, plus to growth. We did Luck, which gives random events plus 10%. Event is good plus 20%. And so this is what we've done. You had it normally. I just wanted to see how much research we'd be getting. Okay, but here's this problem. Is our paths are all busted up, but they're not busted up too bad. One guy has all the astral, which is exactly what we want. One guy has a decent chunk of blood. They did split up the other paths. If these guys split up, they'll also lose a bunch of paths, so we have to kind of keep them together. But what we can do with all these guys is research, and then the idea is we get construction 3 very quickly. Something like this. Love this guy pinged before it. See what's in it. Yeah, they are literally scales. They do be scaling sometimes. Ghosts and long deads and spectral mages will be really hard to kill. So let's see how our roll looks. We have some coyotes, some cavemen, some pale ones. Not too bad. I'm not sure how I feel about profiting this guy anymore, but... And now we could go in with these guys. I just don't think that they have that many spells. Freezing Touch, Bewitching Lights, this type of stuff. So we could go out with them, but then we wouldn't be able to research as fast here. And so she's giving 17 research, and each of these guys is giving like 20s. So that means very early we will get... Why don't we go here? Why don't we not recruit that? We'll recruit the cheap guy. So we can make sure we're using all of our holy points each turn. And a couple of those guys. Something like this. Nice. Kill them with no casualties. So we'll come back. I think now we try and recruit one of these guys. Ooh, tremendous cavern. Like, I think when you roll this type of cavern, the one huge one, which looks like that's what this is, I think that favors you a lot. We're taking luck for the, like, gem income in that way. I don't think we want to recruit anything out of here. But I think what we'll do is that, so we can start site searching kind of early. And this guy's almost done. We'll do that. And so now we're gonna hit. If we take a look at our research, we're almost construction 3, right? So we're gonna hit it very, very early. And then these guys all get to search. Except this guy. He can kill the bats. The Zots are the not spooky thing. And then I think we want to recruit some number of these guys, just not a lot. And then this guy arrives just on schedule to forge our Dwarven Hammer. We have exactly, or pretty much exactly enough gems for it. And then, oh, Snake Bladder is construction 5. But he can get going right away, I suppose. Maybe we want to go with these guys. And we'll see what we find in terms of... And so the whole point of this guy being awake is we get a jump start on our gem income too. Maybe this is a lot better because, I mean, with the dormant version of these guys, we were like having a lot of. Ooh, this gives death magic 1. Nice. We didn't find any sacred sites, but we can keep looking. Give this guy the hammer. And now we're getting 1 gem cost on these. But the guys we really want to thug out will be up above, and we'll have to go for like the hex woods here. These guys will be our Earth 2 searchers, and I think that we could search and then look to build here. I think now that we know what's there, we'll come back down. Something like this. Definitely feel a lot better about this. But I think that with our gods, okay, I think what we should have done is we should have gone evocation next. But so with this, I think we shouldn't have gone conj 1. I think we should have gone evocation 2. Let's go evocation 2, so that our gods have better spells. But we're gonna come in here and see if we can fight the shade beasts. And he'll just wait. And this guy... Alright, we know we'll want great swords of sharpness. Fundamentally, we need... More than anything, we need plate. Let's get another one. We'll search here. As planned. And I think we will summon allies. Or actually, let's not summon allies. No, let's summon allies. And I think... Yeah, let's try recruiting... I think what we should have done is we should have led with recruiting one of these guys and make them the prophet. They're much better at leading troops. Alright, so we lose some of these guards. Now we'll search here. Actually, is one of these guys search redundant? This guy's search is redundant, so we'll have him construct a lab. Yeah, these guys having the extra morale, I think, is really kind of cinches it in. And this guy can construct the temple here. Do you want to make a lab here maybe for breaking into... Well, breaking into death is not that important. Oh, so maybe this is why we have so much underground. Because we have this other gentleman with us. Why the underground is so big. So move him around a little. I think that'll be a better spot for him. He can recruit guys there. And now we might set these guys back to research for a little bit. It's nice that we're getting an astral gem though. These guys are spooky. Rip. These guys are scary too. Yeah, it seems really high variance in terms of how easy or hard this stuff's gonna look. Now we build a temple here, we can recruit these guys. One thing is we are gonna have a hard time breaking into fire. Size required 6 throw stones. Ooh, didn't mean to recruit another one of these guys. They're not the worst though. Guess we'll send them this way. Something like this. Yeah, having the -1 morale instead of +2 feels like awful. I think we may start searching with one of these girls. And we're gonna look to cut left and cut up. I think with the guy who has less units, which is the one coming in, I think this guy has less units. I'm gonna move up. And then cut left with the other one. Frogs are spooky. We got another unit. No, morale takes a kick. I think we'll actually just keep summoning with that guy until we're ready to go above. I think we want to cut off this guy and secure our side of the cave. send these guys out. Oop, do want one of those. I think after this we go Conch 5, or Construction 5. Look to kind of set up our thing. Maybe we're supposed to recruit troops out of here. We're going up above. Let's get a squad ready. Let's take and preach. And so we're not recruiting a bunch of these ogre dudes. I'm still kind of medium on it. I feel like they're maybe okay. They are size 7. You know what they could use? We could actually use one of these. 15 ammunition. That's super cute, right? Maybe that's too cute. Or we're just getting a little too fancy here. Yikes. Looks like we beat him. The egg's kind of more for him, huh? I don't think we're gonna test our luck at the Trog. If we truce this guy though, actually, let's unite these guys. These guys will search. If we truce this guy up, we really wish we had this province. This province would be so much better. Send you back maybe. Pick up some troops. That's really our only way up, huh? I mean, could head up with what we got. Well, I think we want the critical mass. On these guys. Now the question is the dormant guys are awakening. Have these guys done so much for us that we're okay giving up 150 points for what they've done? I don't really think they have. We haven't gotten way more squares because of them, right? And this would have represented a much bigger bless for us. Well, actually, let's take a look at our research. Where are we? I guess we're doing really good in the research front. I mean, we only peeled a couple turns with them, though. But maybe we're just doing this wrong. Maybe we're supposed to research up to level 5 construction. And then we get the snake bladders, right? We can recruit some of these priests, but I don't think I think they break us into fire. That's another thing, is we're site searching. We're site searching now, but we have no fire. So we could have taken these guys a little bit later and have them break us into fire. So this is what we were working with. But the thing is I'd immediately be instantly super tempted to just go for fear if we're doing dormant. But let's say we don't go for fear. Like, we just... Okay, so we have better scales here. And we have fire, so we can go spirit sight. True sight. Strong blood, blur. Doesn't feel like we're getting that much more here, but we're definitely getting the ability to search fire. And we're getting better scales. Are you playing mobile game? No, dude, this is a desktop game with really booty graphics. The truth hurts. I mean, okay, why don't we save this up? But that's chroma. Now I think this guy, no, not this guy. Shock spirit, strong blood, and heroism. So kind of everything we wanted. Much worse on the scales. We do get fire here. But we get fear, and we're dormant, so we're not imprisoned. So this is what we could have done. And I think maybe I do like this one, because I think fear is going to scale really well, and we get to site search everything at like the proper levels. We do have, I think, the negative. We have an inept smith, so that means we're going to be in worse shape on some to being able to forge stuff. We'll be able to forge all the death items. We're going to have a hard time forging the astral items. So this is maybe a problem. Well, because we won't be able to go coin. If we didn't want to go shock resistance, we could go earth instead, and then we would be able to forge coin and climb astral. I think the graphics are also a game design decision. I think there's 2 guys who work on this game for like the past 2 decades. This may be more the thing. This way they could have hundreds of troop types and hundreds of gods. More advanced graphics would have made that too expensive. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that they might even do it themselves. Not to mention, if we eventually... Okay, the problem with the Demi-Lich, though, we're not going to ever be able to thug him out, right? Because we don't have the slots, but I think we don't care, because I think we have plenty of good thug chassis on our own. I think they can still rumble and cast spells. They do have immortality, so they're going to be hard to get rid of. Going to be able to sight search with them. They are inanimate, so we won't be able to heal things, but that's kind of fine. And you know what? I don't even know if we think that this order is very good. So we could kill the 2 order here and take away a heat and a magic thing. And I think that I think it's improved. And they reuse the assets in each version. Yep. But I mean, the more I look at this, the more I kind of like this. The Demi-Lich. So let's... Oh, we lost our beats. Our bops. Oh, there's one title. Let's go. Let's go. This is Let's Go by Avis. Allegedly. Alright, so I think we take the Demi-Lich. I think we go Fear. And I think we... So we basically take the same build we took before, but waking up much faster. Alright, I know we have to take 5. And then... I think we had 4 in this. How important is shock resistance, to be honest? We can give our guys shock resistance. If we're not married to shock resistance, this helps us to climb paths later. Because we go Earth instead. I don't know what we spend the points on, but we could buy more heroism. Let's take a look at buying more heroism. Okay. Dormant. Perfect. Okay, so this is what we were thinking, the updated version. And we were thinking, to be honest, we could take Reinvig instead of Shock Resist. We're thinking Blur. Oh, maybe that one didn't have Blur. I think it didn't have Blur. I think that was one of the changes. We'll see in just a second. Yeah, it didn't have Blur. That's what we're giving out. But we could take Heroism 3 here. Kind of a little awkward, points-wise. We could take Reinvig instead. And then we would have Coin to climb up to Astral 4, and we would be able to do Astral Cap. And then we'd be able to summon someone who could do Astral a little bit better. I think. I guess I don't know the path climbing that well for Astral. Maybe it's not important. But assuming we want just a highly flexible defensive thing, so we give up Blur though. Can't do Blur and Fear. And is Fear overcosted? I don't know. But this guy having Immortality is also going to help a lot. And having such a high death path, I think we actually can make use of him later on. And then we can summon death mages too. We get the entire like death thing rolling faster. And we can do eventual, significantly nerfed, but we could do foul vapors as well. But the difference between what we were trying out just then is we will get to search for fire here, and in exchange we're getting dormant. And we're going to be much worse on the research, at least initially. But I'm not sure how much slower we are. Well, if we want to sit this guy at home and research quite a bit early on, we're not that much slower to Construction 5, which is when we can make the pig bladder things. I think that's maybe kind of our early go. I think we got Construction 3, some amount of Evoke, if we're using the Evoke guys, and then Conjuration 3, Summon Earth Power. I guess maybe Summon Earth Power is not that good. Maybe we're supposed to just beeline Construction 5 and start setting up our thugs. But I do think the defining characteristic is the fact that we have this one price gem thug gear, and we don't have the best thug chassis, but like we're not gonna have the best thugs. Like this guy has a ton of life, but like meh. But I mean, most of them can cast Moss Body, and I think they can live a while. And I think that's maybe how we have to try and play it. And if we're gonna try and stall out, making a fear play seems fine too. And having a ton of death and being able to summon some death guys later, like we do with Miss Demi Moore, the Lich. We can like let's load the game and take a look at. Pyrene test 2. But if we take a look at some of the magic, and forgive me, I don't know exactly where everything is. Oh my god, I forgot what spell we were... Okay, enchantment, I think. I think there is a Battlefield Darkness spell. We could also try and fatigue people out with Rigor Mortis. This is like one of the like long-term plans I had when we had more reinvigoration, but we could also give all of our guys reinvig boots and just like try and outlast them this way. Maybe it's alteration we're looking for. The fact that a lot of our guys can give themselves Moss Body, Quickness, and Personal Skin early on, I think is pretty good. Because if we give them, like, just any amount of Fizz-resistant gear, they're super hard to kill. Oh, I didn't realize. There's also a nighttime spell here. But we have the Spirit Sight, right? And so this is the one I was thinking of, Darkness. Oh, brother, that costs 4 death gems? I think maybe we would be more into Nightfall then. But we have a bunch of guys who have that. And we were thinking of making either a cold play or an iron, or a cold play or a heat play, in which case there's like a spell that would be good for that. Immaculate Fort. But if we look at enchantment, I think we had to make more use of Watchers as well. I think us throwing down a ton of watchers is maybe a good idea. On the provinces that we can't build forts on. But heat from hell is what we were talking about. If we go heat oriented, gives a bunch of heat clouds and tires them out. And also grip of winter. And so I was thinking if we go heat aura, cold aura, we could make one of these plays, but we could also just make the cold play at least easier, but then we'd want to lean cold. Which we could do if we wanted to tank the scales in that way. Being able to summon Ziz is going to be nice on our Lich. I mean, and maybe we actually just kind of want to read through a lot of this. But, you know, later on, we're getting stuff. We can cast the stuff that costs a lot of air, the stuff that costs a lot of earth, and the stuff that costs a lot of nature. This is going to be, like, later on what we're good at. And then we can summon guys to cast the other stuff. And we're hoping... But I think fundamentally one of our huge problems still... So we gotta figure out how to build a front line with our setup. But we were thinking rushing this for this, which just creates a poison AoE. So we could summon troops that are poison resistant to help us, or mechanical, or undead. Like Vinemen, wouldn't be surprised if they're poison resistant. Horn Serpents, wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure. The Shades are almost certainly poison resistant. The Undead are going to be poison resistant. And we use these to form a front line. Not exactly sure where we're most crimped on our stuff. And maybe we should be paying attention to, like, Summon Gnome. I think... There's no shot where you can do Summon Lamia Queen. You could do, like... Fairy Court's gonna not... is maybe something we want to be castable. It's not castable with what we got. Well, Misery will be, though. With our Lich. That might be the powerful global we can fight over. Yeah, the thing is we want to turn our units into thugs, and then the problem is we need something more than just these guys, because we can't make enough of these guys to act as the... But both these... When these guys roll water, they can thug really well. I think when they roll air, it's not too bad either. And these guys may be a little bit better at buffing, or these girls. Or these women. Maybe these guys throwing rocks there's something to it. They have really low precision though. These guys have much better precision. You need a lab to recruit these, but... Also, I'm not sure how to best leverage these guys. They can get stealthy if they go into their cat form. But we might be able to turn them into assassins. I'm not really sure. They also have Dark Vision 100, which is nice. And Storm Immunity, so... I mean, one of the things is, like, hit points. There's so many new chess pieces that... Or chess pieces now give a ton of health, so... We might even be able to thug these guys out a little bit. And they can Cloud Trapeze in and try and do stuff. I guess that's maybe one downside about, like, our thug situation. Like, it's not that we have good guys for thugs. Like, these guys seem not terrible, but not great. 3.6 Ronkin. It's that we can make equipment so cheap. As long as it costs 5. So we can kit them out with a ton of cheap equipment for really, really cheap. And then we don't have to pay too much maintenance on these guys, because they're sacred. 128 gold a year. But yeah, I think that the summons from those guys aren't that great. I mean... Okay, let's take a look at... Let's load this and take a look at some guys. So we can summon these. Are they poison resistant? They're not. These seem quite a bit better. These are free spawns, but the problem is, or why these seem less attractive. Why these seem less attractive, despite Corrosive Spit seems great. They cost 16. Well, 16 gold a year is maybe like that's not a lot actually. It's just over 1 a turn. But these we get from these guys. Who summon them. But we could get these guys to summon these guys. They don't have a lot of prot, attack or defense. But we just summon a bunch of cows, and they're corrosive, and they dissolve rock and minerals. And are maybe going to be a counter versus something that's high armor. Corrosive Spit is notably acid damage, so you can't really mitigate it. And what's the... It's got 5 ammunition is one of the things. And these guys are undisciplined. But Dark Vision 100 means they're gonna be nicer for... Maybe that's preferable to the goats. Let's find some goats. This is kind of our first effort, which was not going super well. Where'd our goats go? The goats. There's a goat here. There's at least one. But these guys, no maintenance. This is what we were working with. They have 11 morale. That's another huge issue. I'm not sure how we solve it either. The morale of guys. I mean, we could get more morale on our sacreds with a blast. I don't think that that's a worth it one. But I have to revisit the ideas how we're generating more morale. Also do have to take a look at items too. Like, especially the glamour items. See what's what. This specifically seemed like a very interesting item. And if we got a blood economy going, it's interesting because plus 16 hit points. And it's got a lot of encumbrance. But on our flyy, plus 16 hit points and extra strength. So you take a look at one of these guys and think, okay, 26 HP, 12 strength, and then they can fly into the backline. It's interesting. I don't know how good it is. But plus 16 strength, and this is not specific for these guys, this army. Although, if we empower in blood, I think we just get to... Requires blood 3. If we get blood going, we could just empower pretty easily on our forge guys who have Earth 3, so this is like not a big deal. And I'm not sure exactly how the gem saving works, but if we save gems here, bro, making this for 6 Earth gems and 15 blood slaves for plus 16 life, plus 2 attack, regeneration 10. Because regeneration was something that was a little bit hard to get on our guys. I suppose it's a lot of encumbrance. We can counter it to some degree with Boots of the Messenger. Reinvig 3. Or even Reinvig in the Blast. So, I'm not really sure. I think maybe we've left with more questions than answers. I think that you know, this is... Nope, not that. No, not that. Although this one's interesting, the Awake Pretender here. I think that this is maybe reasonable too. We're getting Spirit Sight, Blur, Strong Blood, Heroism, Shock Resist. And we're getting a research right away. I just think that... I don't know if the 150 points is more worth. But then we have this, which is kind of like an upgraded version of what we were playing with at the start of the stream. This is what we were playing with at the start of the stream. I think that maybe we don't even want these here, so maybe we would actually want to spend this 80 points on more bless points, which we could do, and then we could get, I don't know, more heroism, reinvig. I'm not exactly sure what we would grab. And so maybe that's not a reason not to do it. And then we decided this is the leaner version. We lose Blur, but we're gonna get Fear way earlier. And I think maybe we get Fear right when we start wanting to thug out our guys, which is maybe gonna be like ideal. We also did drop the order, and so the scales are pretty medium, I guess. This guy can do eventual work. I think I like this. I don't know. 53 research points is also kind of nice. So if we're not at construction, once this guy comes up, we could actually push construction 5 with him. And then once we have construction 5, then we start site searching and unlocking all these other things and looking to break into other paths while we get to, you know, equip guys who have poison resist, or just base, with snake bladder things. The problem is okay, I have to take a look at like all the summons and see what has poison resistance. Because what chaff are we gonna use? Our sacred guys will be poison resistant, but these guys won't. And so I guess the only thing we wish is with Miss Demi more here, is it would be a little bit nice if we had a little bit more Dominion. But we can build temples for cheap. For half price. Every 5 temples we'll get an extra stick. So... But maybe even here, we're supposed to tank magic 1. And take a couple more points. let's take a look. Actually, let's look at Demi more, and I'm gonna take a photo of it with my phone. Because for whatever reason, screenshot like isn't working too hot. So for this game, like the game doesn't like it when I try and screenshot something. So. And I mean, we will research a little bit slower like that. I guess we'll just take a look at it. Doesn't hurt to take a look, right? So we had 3 fire, 3 air, no water, 4 astral. Ah, so we will not be able to make the coin. Here. Okay, so what we had was we tanked Sloth and then Heat 1, and then we took this and Luck, and where's the other 120 points going? Wait, what? Chicka what? Chicka what? Or let's add the Bless and see what we're missing. So we had Shock Resistance. We had Spirit Sight. We had, oh, I found it. I found where the other points were. Yeah, so, I mean, we're paying 120 points to really move this up. But we do. And then I think we gave up Blur, and we just have Heroism. And then, Strong Blood. Okay, so the idea was, what if we tank this one and do this? Ah, that would drive me crazy. But we could tank this one, do this, and then we get Earth 1. And then, but we have we're bad at forging, so we can't make the crystal coin as easy. Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating. Would this be less points? So we could do this. We still get the Spirit Sight. We can make the crystal coin. We're not going to be as good at using it ourselves. Oh no, we can make the crystal coin, and then, oh no, we can't make the hat because we're bad at forging. But now we can make the coin. Seems kind of like a wash, but what about, nope, nothing works. We can't tank 1 scale to get 1 more point. Grim. Or to get 2 points here, which is exactly what we want to do. What if we tanked 2 scales? I mean, now we get 1 more Bless point. And we get to have 2 higher on the Dominion. And we will need to build 15 temples to Dominion 10, which that's a lot of temples. And our Dominion gives us minus income, unrest reduction minus recruit points, minus resources, which are really not important because we have our guide that gives resources. Plus growth, plus events, plus luck. We maybe even we want to do this even. Snooking income a little bit, but we'll get more events. Something like this. I really do like the extra point of heroism. I also like we can forge coin and then forge cap. How are we doing on Earth boosters? I don't think we'll be able to forge. No, we won't be able to forge. I'm trying to think. No, we'd have to empower to forge Staff of Elemental Mastery, I think. Which is something we'd be kind of interested in, but I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with this, I think. Kind of sucks tanking 2 scales. I kind of wanted to have decent scales, but I guess if we have to decide between decent scales and fear, we have an economic booster, right? And so we have a money economy booster in that our underground forts generate more gold from our country. And then we have an economic booster in the form of gems, in that we can pay 1 gem an item on 5 cost items, or 6 gems an item on 10 cost items. So we have a better gem economy, and we have a better gold economy. And here we're tanking our gold economy a little bit. Actually a lot of bit, but actually a lot of bit. This is a pretty big tank. We're helping our gem economy here. So our gem economy should be pretty good, which is what's important in the Hyperlink game. And our problem will be when we are rumbling with Scales troops, but Fear seems pretty good for managing when we're rumbling with Scales troops, right? So, I think I kind of like this. I don't know, does anyone have any thoughts? So maybe when we try again, we'll try this. I suppose we could drop the shock resistance. So that's like the biggest thing, is how bad do we want the shock resistance? Wouldn't be the end of the world to drop it. I'm pretty sure we could cast shock resist spells if it becomes a problem. And if we drop shock resistance and instead go water 3, or can we do this? No, we can't. Okay. If we go water 3 though. And this. No, we're still gonna have the bad forging. I'm just trying to think of the best way to get Staff of Elemental Mastery here. I think that's maybe a dream. A fever dream. I don't think we're getting the Staff of Elemental Mastery. I mean, we could get Reinvigoration instead of Shock Resist. I think the Shock Resist is... I think we like that flexibility. Could get Magic Resist too. Could get Blur if we drop a little bit, but I mean, we're gonna be able to put up like Regeneration, Iron Skin, Moss Body type of stuff. And I think at that point, getting Resists is probably the best way to stay long. And then we make a Fear play. I suppose we would have to maybe take a think of, what if we did cold instead of hot? That way we could do the summon winter one a little bit better. Probably a little bit of a wash. I really wish we had growth too. This is kind of one of the things I don't like about the Demi-Lich. I'd rather be able to have growth too. But I mean, I guess we have this late game scales here to offset some of this. And this is like, in terms of economy, this is not really generating exactly what we want. Like, this is giving us... I don't think recruit points are really the... Recruit points and resources. Like, this gives resources. That's not really the problem. We get a bunch of extra resources from our big dudes. And then recruitment points... I feel like gold is more going to be the problem. So if there was a scale for us to actually just hit even, it'd be this one. I kind of like the rivers being able to serve as natural barriers, but you know what? Maybe something like this is a little bit better, where we... I know Drain will introduce new negative events, though, if we have Drain. There's one problem, but we could just do this. I think we do want the luck, too. So we take the Drain. Maybe. Because we will be a little bit better on the gold here. I'm not sure how I feel about the drain versus the heat. Our guys already have an apt researcher and this type of thing. But one thing is we can... I guess we have to see all the research boosters. Because we can forge quills for 2 once we have a hammer out. Unfortunately, we don't have a forge guy that has fire, so it's not like we can forge the lanterns, but... I mean, this is like a tempo scale, and this will be better long term. I think maybe we take the tempo. Yeah, the fact that it'll take us 15 temples, you know, to be able to max this out, and then we'll get more of our sacred troops, because I think this is like what we've been most concerned about, is being able to recruit enough sacreds with our kind of army thug strat, comp strat, where we're looking to rumble with some of our guys, and so this will give us 2 more sacreds a turn. Although it's still, I think we need another solution as well. But also our sacreds absolutely suck year 1 here. They have Spirit Sight, and that's kind of it. I guess Spirit Sight's actually really good underground. They have Spirit Sight and Heroism. To be fair, Heroism 2 actually seems pretty good, because as they get higher levels, they'll get more attack and defense. And this is how we're handling stats. And then we have all the resistances. And Fear. And Fear, like, Horror Helm, I think is 10 death gems to construct, so... and we don't have anyone who has death that has a forge bonus, so it just cost us 8 death gems with a hammer, so the fact that we are going to get that on everybody is going to help out a lot. One alternative, so let's overwrite Demi more. This will be the real Demi more. One alternative is Awe. So the higher Demi more is the fake Demi more. So one other option is we could go Awe instead, but let's take one kind of closer look at maybe what we could do. The thing is, Awe will cost so many more points because there's nobody that starts off with a ton of glamour. The rock would maybe be the best bet. And if we do the rock, we're going to need this for the glamour. We're going to do the 3rd point just because. 1, 2, 3. We need 3. We need at least 1, but we're going to do 3. Ugh. So we do Awe. Awe is the same amount of points. It just gets spent in a different way. We get Spirit Sight. We get Heroism. So we cannot really... There's not a good way for us to do... We can get 6 here, though. Hold the phone. Pump the brakes. So we just have to tank 1 scale, but we were mega tanking everything, right? And we could do this. I think fear is better than awe. I suppose I'm not 100% sure. They stack well together. I think that... I'm trying to remember all the sources of awe. There's that shield. We can't make the shield very easy. So just kind of trying to look up items. Yeah, the horror helm is 10. Hmm. Two points, but we can't get the resist. But we could get reinvig, or we can just go heroism 3. And what do we get for this, though? Well, we get slightly better scales. Well, we're getting better scales because we're getting an additional growth. And we also get a magic site in our capital that's going to give us glamour gems. Now, how do we feel about this guy versus the Demi-Lich? Well, they're also an inept smith, innate spellcaster. I think we kind of don't like them as much. Because I think this guy... What's the thing that makes him so he can't move around? It's not an anime, is it? Wait, can this guy move around? I guess I would have to know more about Dominions, though, to know if we like fear more than awe. But this is an interesting one. This guy also increases our magic scale limit, but I don't think there's another good candidate. Yeah. I mean, we could take this, the Great Enchantress, actually. That would be the other candidate. So we have 6, and then we have 3, 3, 3, 3, 6, 3, 3. So let's actually... Oh, no! We misclicked here. Unfortunate. We took the Great Enchantress, and we went 6. And now we can pick anything we want, right? So we can pick 1, 2, 3, because we want the resist. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We make them dormant. And this is going to cost expensive going up to 6, but we don't have to, well, let's just go up to 6 for the sake of argument. And then let's add bless effects. And we're going to lose the sight that is giving us... But we will gain the ability to move around and sight search a little bit better. Oh, we have to do fire. And we won't have an Ipt Forger either, so that's good. We did Awe. Strong Blood. What's wrong here? We need more points. Something like this? Okay, so we would have to tank the scales. And this is like what we wanted to do, right? So it does look like we can do it just a little bit better on the Imprisoned thing. We're doing a dormant rock thing. Unless we wanted to go Dom 5. And then we could pick up one more thing somewhere. We could do that. So we could go Dom 5, or was it Dom 5 or 7 that we were getting on the other guy? Yeah, it's just so much to get these new paths. Oh, here we're 2 bless points short, so I guess we took something extra. We could ditch. Oh, we needed this. And then we did this. How do we afford this shit? Maybe we just forgot to put in a bless before. I don't like it as much anymore. Could also just do a prison, but now we're running into problems. Maybe we just forgot Spirit Sight before. I'm not sure what we forgot. So I think then I just kind of like Demi more. Mainly because getting up to the... We only have to add 5 levels here to get it, be able to get to this, and then it costs 8 points, design points. But the inept crafter is kind of annoying. But also we do think that fear is better than awe, because we could build an almost exact same thing with awe instead using the enchantress, and then we would actually be able to forge up astral much better, but we would lose this immortality business. We would have better scales, because I think we would be getting 1 more growth and 1 less, or 2 less candles. Kind of do like the candles though. And I think 1 less heroism too. Alright, I think we're going to call it a stream though, boys. Thanks for hanging out. Definitely want to be playing a bit of Dominions, and I'm enjoying playing Dominions, so to those of you who are, you know, here for the Victoria 3 content in truth, but are just along for the ride on the Dominions, I thank you very much. It is encouraging, because, truth be told, too much Victoria 3 does make me feel a little burnt out. I also want to kind of get an announcement, an understanding for when patch 1.6 is going to drop. The construction bug really frustrates me. The next run will probably be without any private construction. Undead is also nice. Yeah, I think I do like this loadout. But thank you very much if you're hanging out and you're among those parties. Because I know that this might not be... I also think this game has a tremendous amount of depth. We're going to have to test a lot, though, to try and figure out what's good. I think I do like this guy a lot, though. I guess my biggest question is fear the best expensive bless? And I don't know the answer to this question, because I'm not super domains literate. But yeah. So, I bid you good night, everyone. Good night, Ultra Weed. Everyone have a good one. Bye-bye now.